Hello, welcome to Finals Day, the last day of competition for the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament for 2025. We're on the scene from Montmorency Secondary College in Melbourne's north, and we'll be bringing you 5 games over the course of today's broadcast. The grand finals for the under-12s, 14s, 16s, 18s and 20s girls competitions. My name is Paddy Grinley and I'm joined as I was this time last year by Dylan Beaumont, some 15 feet above main court here. We've got a tremendous view of the setup today. Dylan, welcome.
Good to be back with you, Paddy. Second year running, as you said, 5 games back to back, under 12, all the way through to the under 20 girl age groups here. The finals at Eltham or Montmorency, as I should correct myself. And these two sides that we're about to witness have been amazing throughout the entire tournament, and I'm sure you'll give us the rundown. But good to be alongside you, Paddy. How have you been the last year?
I've been good. It's nice to be inside on a day such as today.
Yes.
Up to 42 degrees outside. We will have some heat regulations if we need them, should the temperature rise on court, but we won't bother you with the ins and outs until that eventuates. We've got Frankston, the Blues, and Melbourne, the Tigers, up against each other to start us off. Both these squads going undefeated through the regular season, I suppose you could call it. 4 wins, 0 losses, and then Frankston, its qualifying final, took care of business against Sandringham 49-24, and then in a semi-final against Camberwell earlier this morning won 40-22. Zara Guthrie, the number 68, is the interesting story there. 17 points in the qualifying final, another 8 in the semi for the Tigers. Their qualifying final was against Keilor, 36-11. Harper Josa leading all comers with 9 points for her squad, and then earlier this morning against Dandenong, 36 points again for the Tigers. Dandenong scoring 20, Josa again with the 13 points. So evenly matched if you look at the percentage across the regular season. Frankston 4 wins, 0 losses, 187%. Melbourne played 4 wins, 160%. Once we round up the remaining 23% or so. So Frankston, you'd say, Dylan, coming in favourites?
You would say so. Zara Guthrie leading the charge, 14 points, 17 points per game across all of their 6 games with the round robin area of the tournament, and then the semi-final, as you said, this morning, where they were able to take down Camberwell, but Guthrie had 8 points in that game. That was only her second game below double digits, had 9 in the 4th game she played, but started off the tournament with 18 and 19. So blazing on all 4s, and we're almost ready to go here with tip-off. You can hear the crowd quite exuberant. It might be the benches below us. In fact, we are up elevated. There's the Melbourne Tigers about to go. Frankston Blues on the other end, and some good contingency of crowds, I'd say, as well.
So the team list before we get underway for Frankston: 16, Sophia Dukakis; 26, Natalie Carver-Luisi; 34, Ella Volpe; 42, Scarlett Allison; 46, Evie Gunter; 52, Esme Harrington; 58, Harlow Ray; 66, Halamehi Fasida; 68, Zara Guthrie; 71, Charlie Peterson. And it will be the Tigers away, and this is Cleo DeAndrea, who goes straight away hard into Volpe, who blocked her shot. The Blues to get the inbound. So the Tigers squad: 2, Emily Oliver; 3, Cleo DeAndrea; 4, Eva Eggleston; 8, Elle Gumbleton; 9, Harper Josa; 10, Summer Blashke; 14, Evie Lambus; 51, Harper Williamson; 52, Violet Ahern.
Active hands by the Blues defence early, knocking away Harrington. That's Esme Harrington, who's averaging 4.83 points per game this tournament. Eggleston on the inbound, looking inside the key, fires it through to Oliver, and that's come off her leg. And it will be the Blues ball. So they've had 2 deflections and now 1 turnover caused already, the Blues. And running it up the field is Zara Guthrie, wasting no time. Pulls back up to the top of the key. Harrington inside to Oliver again, she's stripped. And we'll have another stoppage, but the Blues will take it from the baseline.
Straight away you can see the Blues really keen to get it into the hands of Zara Guthrie. Playing a pretty dominant position. Doesn't get the ball from the inbound, that's Allison with it. Across the key now, kicks it back to Guthrie. Picks up her dribble and swings it across. She'll get it down low, goes up the left hand, wild shot, gets her own rebound, puts it back up. Doesn't get the friendly roll, they'll battle over it at ground level. The Blues will secure it. No shot clock in the under-12s. They'll go back up with a 3rd chance opportunity. No good, Emily Oliver with the rebound.
And they're pushing the floor here. Tigers are on the break, trying to embrace the contact up in there. Gumbleton, offensive rebound, and pulling back Eggleston. Comes up short. Gunter throws it away. Deandra happy to slow it down at the moment. Calls for another play. Eggleston orchestrating the offense at the top. Had some open space, instead carves up some more space for Deandra, who's at a standstill. In the post now, Josa up and away with Mrs. Harrington now, begins the break. Here they go.
So Harrington goes all by herself. Shots blocked though. Emily Oliver down low doing the business, and now she'll go back the other way. One to beat, it's Guthrie, puts her shoulder down, turns around, good defence by the Blues. They'll go again, the Tigers, weaving through traffic, but having her shot blocked was Gumbleton. We're still yet to have a score here, Dylan. Played 2.5 minutes. We get 2 20-minute halves, and we're using that yellow 3-point arc for those watching on.
It is supreme defence on both ends so far. We've seen in the paint, just there, Evie Gunter, hands up, straight up in the air. That's her second block in the opening minutes. Guthrie turns it over. Gumbleton with some active hands on defence. Eggleston pulls up from the free throw line and begins the day's proceedings. It's the first score of the afternoon for Ava Eggleston. And the Tigers lead it 2-0. Allison into the key. Gunter, a little bit wayward up in the air. Harrington follows it out of bounds, but it's the Tigers' ball.
So Eggleston, the first points of the day. Both squads looking to push the ball on the inside, but interior defence holding up strong. You wonder how much fatigue will factor into this game. We've seen a lot of basketball, these two squads, over these last 3 days. The competition getting away on the Friday. Now on the public holiday Monday. Tigers with the basketball. Here's Oliver, right wing. Wants some movement. That's a nice little setup play for a jump shot, free throw line. It's off. They'll get another chance though, the Tigers. Josa's shot skims over the rim. Blues with the rebound. Might lose control of the basketball at half court. Guthrie in trouble. They'll go again.
There.
So Guthrie will do the inbounding for the Blues. Here's Scarlett. Allison goes back to Guthrie, top of the key. To the left wing, not much movement for her. Swings it into the corner, cuts to the inside. The pass slips through her fingers. The Tigers will take it away, Eggleston. Nearly had it snatched off her by Guthrie. Nearly a travel as well, with Dylan Beaumont signalling next to me. Now they're going to have to try and work their way out of it. Josa pull up, mid-range is good off the bank. She's opened her scoring account. It's the Tigers 4-0.
Allison being closely guarded by Gumbleton, who's pressuring on defence. The inside pass, Harrington. They're in a 3-2 zone at the moment, the Tigers. And Eggleston picks up her second foul in quick succession. So 5 minutes through, 4-0. The Tigers lead it. Some ferocity on defence has been shown as Harrington on the inbound has it tapped away again by Josa. She is playing the centre position. A little bit undersized, I'd say, the Tigers, but making it work early on, Paddy.
Yeah, that they are. Early 4-point lead. Blues yet to score. The pass was ill-directed. The whistle came beforehand, so they'll get another shot at the Blues. And they've been tight, haven't they, the Tigers? They've been super on the defensive end. Of course, no shot clock. 14 and a half or so remaining this first half. Bodies at the deck. Guthrie was one of those. She's back to her feet now. Goes across the key, rises up, little floater, whistle on it as it missed. She'll go to the line. So 14 gone, first trip to the free throw line for either squad. Zara Guthrie with 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, nice attack there. Saw that the defenders split. I believe Volpe went to the corner, created some space, and capitalising with Zara Guthrie.
Josa sits. Ahern into the game. 5 early fouls for the Tigers, which is something to watch as this half progresses. Guthrie opens the Blues' scoring account.
It's a 20th free throw of the tournament.
It's quick stats work from you, Dill. Off the heel, the second time I've asked him, but it's an offensive rebound here for the Blues and going up strong, perhaps a little bit too strong on the layup was Harrington. They'll go again, Guthrie with it. 3-point lead to the Tigers. Here's Harrington. Allison throws it away. The Tigers coming back the other way. Eggleston fires it across to Gumbleton, resets back to Eggleston, and all the way back now to DeAndrea. Into Oliver, right wing, right underneath us. Gets a screen, dribbles to the free throw line, has the shot, takes it and banks it in. Tigers looking fluid and they're good on the defensive end. That was nearly another forced turnover. Guthrie did well to hold on to it.
Guthrie, one-on-one race, and then she commits the foul after losing the ball. And the Tigers' intensity right now is A1. I'll have it from the sideline. Oliver, Eggleston and Josa all with a bucket early on. And for Zara Guthrie, a single free throw. Still 12 and some change in the opening half, but the Tigers with a quick lead. Oliver up the floor, got past Harrington, and dished it off to Gumbleton, who saw the baseline, nearly stepped out. Did well to save it. DeAndrea up top. Eggleston, extra pass into the corner. Oliver, rearrangement on the offensive end, the inside pass to Gumbleton, has an open look. Didn't get the lucky roll. And the Blues, this is probably Guthrie's best chance she's had so far. One-on-one against Oliver, takes the Euro step, comes up short, off hands, and now batted away. DeAndrea with the steal, and it's a convoy down the floor.
They're doing really well here, the Tigers. The Blues do well to get back. It might be a foul though. Esme Harrington. That's now, look at those fouls clocked up by the Tigers. They have got the 5-point lead. They have committed to 5 team fouls. We're not even halfway through this first half. 11 minutes and 10 seconds remaining as DeAndrea goes to the line. The first time of asking for Melbourne. So Eggleston with 2, Josa with 2, Oliver with 2. DeAndrea, a chance to open her account, and that's good. Really handy start this. Melbourne coming in as the second-ranked squad. Won all their regular season games, but Frankston with a superior percentage. 2 for 2 for DeAndrea. 8 points to 1 here for the Tigers. This is a really hot start.
So Harlow Ray into the game, and again Oliver able to pat it out with bounds. 8-1. Blues yet to score a field goal. Guthrie stays in the game. Tipped off the initial inbound by Emily Oliver again. He's doing all the right things on defence. Nearly halfway through this first half. Guthrie receives it back on the inbound, has an open drive. Good way to kickstart the Blues offence. She's got all 3 points so far. They have a 5-point lead. DeAndrea to Oliver, who crosses the timeline. Now they can set up their offensive attack. And out inside is Evie Lamis. She'll head to the line to get that 7-point lead back if she does convert on both.
So, still got 9 minutes and 30 odd seconds remaining is our first look at Charlie Peterson for the Blues. Checking in the backcourt.
Lambus, who's only hit the 2 field goals this tournament. Would have been her first free throw make, but in and out. 5 fouls early for the Tigers. Time winds down to 9 minutes. And 3 for the Blues. Can't connect on the second free throw. Nearly saved in bounds by Ahern, but to no avail.
So now it's a 2-on-1 opportunity here for the Blues. Should be a scoring chance. The shot a bit strong. Dribbled out. Harlow Ray unable to convert. Tigers coming back with pace the other way. Popping her shoulder down was Gumbleton. She now retreats. Right corner, right beneath us. Goes to Ahern. Pull-up jumper is no good. Rebounded by the Blues. Here is Harlow Ray. Fires it across. It's Charlie Peterson. Her first action on the offensive end of the court. Now Volpe. Back to Ray. Right wing. Blues trying to find some movement around the top of the key. Peterson now with it. She's going to go to her right-hand side, just about loses her dribble, picks it back up, she hits the hard court, flicks it back to Harrington. She loses the ball as well, battles over it at ground level. It was her and Elle Gumbleton. Referee whistle sounds. The Blues will get another shot at it, 8 minutes remaining in this first half.
Blues are struggling with that inside pass in the last couple of possessions, Paddy. See what Harrington does here. Has to resort to the corner. Volpe back up top. And it's Ray. With Deandra on guard. Swings it to Peterson, and Peterson loses it. Gumbleton in a 3-on-1 scenario. Takes it all the way. Not quite on the finish. Volpe drags it down. Oliver being a pest on defence again, and it pays dividends. The open score for Lambus Beckons, but she misses. Harvalowski up to Harrington. Didn't see Ray up floor. Takes it inside on the swivel, scores, and they're back within 3.
Yeah, they needed that one.
On the floor, Paddy.
So Harrington's first 2 points of the grand final. The Tigers 8 points to 5, leading the Blues. First time out of the game taken with 7 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the first half. And we'll step aside for a few moments. So the underdogs, the Tigers, they lead it by 3. 7 minutes remaining in the first half. We get 2 of those, naturally, 20 minutes apiece. 8 points to 5. The scorers, as it stands right now, 2 points apiece for Eggleston, Josa, Oliver and Deandria. Guthrie has 3 for the Blues, Harrington with 2. 5 fouls, though, on the Tigers, worth keeping your eye on, and those were committed quickly, Dylan Beaumont, with that intense defensive pressure that we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely right. Oliver and Deandria hassling the ball handlers for Frankston on the inbound, and they're running the full court press now, the Blues. So they've seen what the Tigers are doing, and they will basically try to emulate that.
So it was Oliver who passed it to Gumbleton, who finds her way to the free throw line jumper and leaves it short. Rebounded by Esme Harrington, pushing it ahead. Here's Harlow Ray. Retreats to the right corner, in front of a pretty well populated grandstand. We expect that to grow as he gets through the 12s and 14s, 16, 18s and 20s. That's a dangerous pass. Worked out okay though for Charlie Peterson, who gets all the way inside. The referee's whistle sounds that shot will not count. We'll have the ball in from the sideline.
Yeah, they called it on the floor. So took that dribble just after the whistle.
Blaschke and Eggleston will check in. It'll be Deandria and Lambus for the Tigers, who will sit for now. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first half.
Harrington got a bit of space, throws it up with the left. It bounces off the rim, trying to keep it alive. Blaschke, and she draws the foul against Peterson. Tulsa's a little bit overzealous on defence, but again, you bring up the word intensity, and that's what it's all about in the grand final. Gumbleton will take it out here. Man-to-man defence. She could have gone to Eggleston with the long pass. This might be 5 seconds, and it is! Good defensive pressure. Elevating by the second.
We were talking about the Tigers on the defensive end of the court to start the game. The Blues have now matched them. And Peterson's going to try and go quickly here because she's got a target down low. The pass was slow and perhaps tipped and getting to Dukakis. She's still got it, flicks it back to Peterson, elbow jumper, doesn't get the shooter's roll. We'll get the offensive rebound though, the Blues. It's with Carver Louisi. Now to Harlow Ray. She'll do a fair bit of the ball handling while Guthrie's off the court. Now to Peterson. Top of the three-point arc. Dukakis. She'll drop down low. The Tigers taking away space in the paint. Ray's going to have to try and get creative here. Picks up a dribble and goes to Dukakis. Back to Peterson. Gets to her elbow spot. Picks up a dribble, in trouble and travels. Good defence by the Tigers. Nothing overzealous by Melbourne. They just cut off the avenues for the Blues and forced them into an error.
Haven't seen Scarlett Allison yet either for the Blues, who's hit 3 3-pointers this tournament. They could use that right about now. Open shot down forward for the Tigers. Lasky missed it. And a wrestle for the rebound between Dukakis and Gumbleton, and it will result in the Tigers' possession. Now we've got some substitutes to come on. One for the Blues, Casita and Volpe. And Harrington will rest with Dukakis. Eggleston has picked up 2 fouls. He's also scored the first bucket of the game. Fires the long ball out to Harrington. Lashke up top. She's tempted to take it. And now she nearly travelled. 2-on-1 there for the Tigers. Playing Twister on the floor. And what do we have here? Turnover. Travel. Yeah, good call there by the referee. And on the sideline it'll be the Blues ball. More substitutes to enter.
Yeah, great defence I thought there from Sophia Dukakis to press up on that mid-range jumper that the Tigers have been looking for. A couple of free throw line jumpers we've seen drop in. You'd have to say the underdog team coming into this contest. Here's Harlow Ray. Some 3 feet behind that modified three-point line. Here's Evie Gunter. She's just checked in, goes to Peterson. Gets a nice screen. Peterson gets all the way inside, gets herself out of trouble, goes to Ray. She's thinking about that long-range jumper. Instead fires it to Facita. Now Volpe going around the arc. Peterson is wide open in the left corner with plenty of room. Finally gets onto it. It's time to line up the mid-range jumper, which rolls in. Charlie Peterson's scoring is underway. She's got 2. Guthrie leading the Blues with 3. Harrington also with 2. 8 plays 7. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Straight away though, the Tigers respond. D'Andrea drops in the mid-range jumper.
Yeah, just a bit of lapse of concentration on both ends there on the defensive end. Ray brings it up court, off to the centre and inside. Volpe comes up short, bobbles around. Might have hit the noggin of Williamson. Eggleston. Harrington just pulls up without hesitation and misses, but reels it back in, throws it up and she's fouled. It's Violet Ahern to the free throw line, rather.
I've done a really good job here, the Tigers. I've still maintained that defensive intensity, but after getting off to a hot start as far as personal fouls are concerned, they've really reined it in. And with 2 opportunities here.
First one's good. For Violet Ahern, who's averaging 2.33 points per game this tournament, had 6 in the first game. She splits a pair at the free throw line, a violation because the ball did not hit the rim. So a minute 24 to work with for the Blues, who trail it by 4 points. So we've realised that they have sort of found their niche in the second half of the opening half, if that makes sense, Paddy, on the offensive end. I do need to work out who the ball handler is because they have multiple options.
So here's Ray. Drops it down low, foul on the shot there. Looked like Gunter was clipped. So she'll head to the line for 2, 58.5 remaining. Just 1 trip to the line so far today for the Blues. For Guthrie, she's split her 2 shots. The Tigers are 3 of 4 from the charity stripe. Gunter off the heel and out. So 4-point lead to the Tigers. It's a low scorer. It's been defensive contest. Gunter won't add to the Blues score here. She goes empty on that trip. The Tigers 54 seconds to play with some difficulty moving it up the court, and a foul committed. Little chop there from Charlie Peterson. So they'll get the ball from the sideline. Eggleston to inbound, 51.6 remaining. Clock stops in the last minute or so of the first half. And DeAndrea will go to the top of the key.
And you can hear them vocalising on defence, the Blues, and this time they swat it away. The break is on. Taking it right to the cup is Faceta. And she can't get it to fall, so the Tigers on the other end through Eggleston. Explodes for two, misses also. Rebound Gunter. 27 seconds to work with. It's end-to-end action. Here's a second chance. That one misses as well. Thrown back up and in. And Gunter runs the floor. 2-point game. And the final 15 seconds, they find themselves open. It's Oliver with the left. 10 seconds to play, and now 5. Counting down. Peterson, she's already scored.
Got to get a shot up.
Has to shoot it, and she does. Oh, comes up short.
That may have counted, I reckon.
It's a 4-point game at the half.
So 13 plays 9. It's the Tigers, the underdogs, you'd have to say, coming into this contest, but they've really impressed us here with their defensive intensity, and then late in that half, in the last 30 seconds, scoring, opening up. Point scorers, Oliver's got 4, as does DeAndrea. The Tigers 2 each for Eggleston and Josa, 1 for Ahern, who split a trip to the charity stripe for the Blues. 3 for Guthrie, 2 each for Harrington, Peterson and Gunter. We'll step aside for a few moments and return with the second half of the Under-12s Grand Final. Back to finals day of the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament 2025 edition from Montmorency Secondary College. We've got all the girls' grand finals for you today, starting with the under-12s and bringing you right through the 14s, 16s, 18s and 20s. The 14s will be next up at the conclusion of this game. That game will be between Keilor and Diamond Valley. Keilor won its semi-final against Melbourne earlier this morning, 29-17. Diamond Valley defeated Dandenong by 1 point, 39-38. The 9 o'clock fixture this morning was here with the under-12s, and Dylan Beaumont's on the call as the Blues inbounder.
4-point game, very defensive first half. Sarah Guthrie is trying to find her mojo, just the 3 points early on. Harrington hustling inside, draws the foul to the free throw line.
I love that from Guthrie, who's applauding that as loudly as she would if she'd scored or drew the whistle.
Yep.
Trying to find some early energy after they were perhaps jumped to start the first half.
Yeah, the Tigers really flew out of the blocks. Got it to a 7-point lead. Both sides have missed a few gimme buckets on either end, as Harrington nails the first. 13-10 the score. So 8th free throw make of the tournament. Esme Harrington and connects on a pair. The first time we've seen that today. DeAndrea, she's pressed in full court, has to get over the halfway line, which she does, and she carried Turnover forced. Well done by Zara Guthrie. Just niggling and constantly aggravating the ball handler.
This is now the story, isn't it? The Blues weren't quite up to scratch at the start. Melbourne's defensive intensity was up. They jumped out to that early lead. It looks like perhaps early the script has been flipped. Here's Volpe. Guthrie didn't quite get the handle on that pass. Now she's got it. Throws up a wild shot looking for the foul. Couldn't get the whistle. It in fact bounced off the shot clock. Just about. Play on. Here comes Josa skipping across the lane. Great defence though. Allison did well to get in her face without committing the foul.
Wow.
And now here comes Esme Harrington. Head down through traffic. Just about bounced off her foot, I reckon. No whistle. Letting him play. Carver Louisi to Guthrie, dangerous pass, it hung, it got to Allison though, her pass is tipped, Harrington's shot is blocked, high pressure, Emily Oliver's got it, gets past the halfway point, Guthrie and Harrington to beat, turns around, hits the trailer, that's a walk-up jumper for Eggleston and it's long. And now the Blues will come away with it just about, although a trap, Josa lets it go out of play, and the Blues will retain possession by the looks of it.
Tremendous recovery by Oliver on the other end. She caused a couple of issues, but you've got to push when they're running up the floor. You've got to push them to the sideline. Allowed Harrington through for a split second. Could have had an open layup. Instead, she recovered well. Blues on the offensive end, and they swing it up top. Harrington will search for a screen or a pass. Off to Volpe. Guthrie. Does she have the range? Decides not to. Instead, takes it inside to draw a foul, but she travels. The Tigers are aggressive on defence.
The volume coming from the bench, the intensity, they're really up for this, the Tigers. Their brand clearly is defensive pressure. They form that wall across the paint for the Blues, and Guthrie no way through. That's an intelligent pass. It's going to release Hamilton, who went forward. Ahern, or Williamson rather. That shot no good. Blues will come back the other way. Fast break opportunity with Scarlett Allison, who loses her dribble. Hits the hardwood, loses possession. Emily Oliver. DeAndrea. Claire's got Williamson. She's going to favour her left side. Dances through traffic, but can't get the layup to fall. But it's Oliver again on the defensive end. Can she make the make off the elbow jumper? No good. Williamson, offensive rebound. Hitting the deck was Carver Louisi. And it looks like we'll have free throws here for Williamson. To see our great friend J.R. Smith up in the commentary booth. He's a busy man.
He is a busy man. It's rare that we actually see him. I was a bit confused what Zara Guthrie was doing on the other end. She was guarding the inbound, not looking.
Back turn.
And then when they passed it in, as she misses the first free throw here, didn't watch the inbounder, and the inbounder sped past her and took the ball up. So just got to be aware of little things like that.
Good pick up, Dylan Beaumont is Williamson. That's a line drive free throw that banks in. So 14-11. Tigers in front. We've played 4.5 minutes of this second half as Guthrie is fouled as she tries to break through.
15 minutes remaining in the under-12s grand final. Emily Oliver, Cleo DeAndrea for the Tigers, and Esme Harrington for the Blues lead all scorers with 4 points. Zara Guthrie hasn't quite found her rhythm just yet. She might have a chance here. Takes Oliver into the post, found a gap, and it twirls in. It's a 1-point game. Guthrie now with 5. DeAndrea, guarded closely by Harrington. Josa pulls back the dribble, fires a long one. Nowhere near it, and the Blues now could settle. Dangerous pass. DeAndrea inside, looks for contact and receives it. She'll go to the line.
Just a little clip there from Harrington as her hands went up. As the Tigers' presence in the passing lanes today has been exemplary. They've been able to pick off so many of those lofted passes that the Blues have looked for. And Guthrie, as you mentioned, she's been looking for her rhythm. It's not coming easy. That layup was probably the most technically impressive bucket we've seen today, fighting through contact. Tough layup that she made.
So DeAndrea, who this is the first, hasn't hit double figures. Wait, she hadn't until the semi-final where she had 10. Had 7, 7 and 8 in her first 3 outings here of the tournament. Makes the second. 2-point lead for the Tigers. She now has 5. Cleo DeAndrea. And it's the Blues who could tie or take the lead here. Quick move inside to the bucket by Harlow Ray. And it is a tied ball game at 15. So they slowly whittled away at the lead, and now it's the Tigers' turn to regain it.
15-15, 13 and a half remaining in the second half here. Gumbleton's done well to get all the way through. The shot was short. They get a second opportunity. Williamson rebounds. DeAndrea open mid-range, drops it in. She's up to 7. Tigers back in front. Ray hits the deck. Referee sounds his whistle. That's a foul on Eggleston. It's chopping down at the arm there. So the Blues will get a chance from the sideline. 17-15, Tigers in front. Just approaching halfway through this second half. Ray, who scored the Blues' last points, she picks up her dribble. It's a high pass. Harrington just controlling it in the end. Right wing, right beneath us. Goes to Guthrie. 5 feet behind the 3-point line. Pull up, mid-range jumper is good. Splashes it. Bottom of the bucket. And Guthrie's getting moving, Dylan Beaumont.
She is now. Sort of galvanised during that last stoppage, didn't we, Paddy? Eggleston with ball in hands. D'Ambrosio's been good today in this game particularly. Now it's Gumbleton inside, blocked away. The Blues can take the lead for the first time. Dangerous pass. And Volpe draws the foul at half court. 17 apiece with 12 minutes to play in this final. Perfect way to start off proceedings. This is the first of 5 for the under 12 age group, and then of course 14s next between Diamond Valley and Kiwar, and the 16s, 18s and 20 age groups to follow closely as the Blues will inbound. You can hear the chants from the crowd. Guthrie swings it into the corner. Parvalausi hasn't been as busy in this game as she has been in previous ones. Harrington takes it to the cut, comes up short. There she is, Lousy. Can't quite convert. Bounces off Oliver, out of bounds.
So scores level. 4 fouls on the Tigers. Similar to how that first half played out. The Tigers bringing the defensive pressure, the aggression all over the court, but giving away a few opportunities that might hurt them later on in the piece here. Josa, left elbow, just nudged as she went up. She'll go to the line. Foul committed by Ella Volpe there down low. Opportunity for the Tigers to regain the lead through Josa, her first trip to the charity stripe of the game.
Did well there, protected the ball, used her left hands, through the foul.
Takes her opportunity. First time of asking. She's up to 3 points. Opportunity to make it 4. Tigers in the lead. Remembering that clock will start to go off in the last 3 minutes of the second half. 2 for 2 for Josa. She banks in her second free throw. 19 plays, 17. Tigers by 2 points. Here's Harlow Ray.
And Ray is quick to get it down the floor. Volpe spins, puts it up. The rebounder was ready. Parvalausi on the other side of the rim. Volpe awaiting it, turns it over. Oliver, DeAndrea. The development of the break begins. She pulls back and she's blocked. Probably not the shot there. And now a foul with 9 minutes and 42 seconds to play.
Really like that from Guthrie. She's sort of sitting back a little bit, top of the key, a few feet behind it, and was able to turn around, get down low first to cut off that Tigers fast break, and then announced to realise that it was going to be a pull-up mid-range, which is what the Tigers have looked for on the offensive end of the court. Stepped up and got a fingertip on the basketball. Just getting anywhere near it. Harlow Ray. I think this troop would just about play it out from here. Here is Ray, kicks it back. Guthrie's going to wait. She's got the 3, loads it up from well behind the arc and leaves it a touch short. So the Tigers with the rebound, they'll come the other way. Lambus a shot that's left well short by Eggleton. They'll get a second chance opportunity. Violet Ahern. Back to Eggleston. Resets the offence. Steps right back before going to Emily Oliver in the right corner. Gets a screen from Ahern. Oliver has some space, skips it over. Eggleston can't create anything. This is good defence from the Blues. The Tigers slow, 8.5 remaining. Melbourne by 2 points, 19-17. Eggleston, that's a dangerous pass. DeAndrea held on to it as Ray reached. Eggleston now will get it in the key. Straight away launches it up. Didn't get enough arc on that shot. Here comes Guthrie. Intent on pushing the pace. 2 to beat, down the lane, rises up and drops it in. Guthrie has 9. Scores are level, Dylan.
Sure are. 8 minutes to play. Guthrie will defend Eggleston, who had the opening score of the game, hasn't really looked at the cup since. At the hash. Now is Lambus. Went to pull up from the elbow, but she was blocked. And a foul called as well. The Blues just getting on top at the right moment with 7.5 minutes to play.
Yeah, it's a couple times that's how it happened for the Tigers. They've committed fouls as soon as they've either turned the ball over or lost the ball while they're attacking the bucket. You don't need to give those ones away.
Interesting arrangement on the inbounds. 3 selections and Guthrie will take it up. Zara Guthrie with 9 points. She's averaged over 14 for the tournament. Harlow Ray's averaged over 4. She's got 2 in this game. Lousy hasn't scored in this one. Can't on this occasion. Oliver. Tiandria's got 7. Off to Eggleston. Oh, danger, danger. And Harlow Ray took away the pill, but then stepped out of bounds with 7 minutes left.
So inbound Tigers, scores level, under 7 remaining. Mention again that clock will start to stop counting down for out of bounds and the like once we get within the last 3 minutes. 6 fouls committed by the Tigers. It's a live situation. Oliver. Left wing, inside the arc, long 2 is wide right. DeAndrea will track down the rebound though. Picked up by Guthrie, is giving her some room behind the 3-point arc. Eggleston, Gumbleton now, right down the lane, uninterrupted, blocked on the inside. Get her own rebound though, her long 2 is off. DeAndrea will track down another opportunity here for the Tigers. They're looking for that long 2 on a few occasions. Frankston aware and stepping up for it. Here's Eva Eggleston, that's another long 2. Off the backboard harmlessly, Guthrie just weaves her way in and out of the Tigers' defence. All the way down the court, but she's long in her layup. She'll be kicking herself, and here comes Ahern. Now a fast break opportunity for the Tigers this time. Eggleston is blocked. Gumbleton, great rebound. Flicks it onto Oliver. Back to Gumbleton for 2. Over the top of the rim. Rebound again by the Tigers, but they come up empty, and now the Blues can come back the other way.
It is frenetic. Guthrie, a 1-on-3, missed the last one. She draws the foul. What's the adjudication? It won't count.
Committed beforehand there. DeAndrea, I think it was, just getting her before she picked up her dribble.
Timeout on the floor. 19 apiece. 5 minutes and 26 seconds to play. It's a crazy start to a frenzy that we have today. 5 games in a row. We'll take a minute. We'll be right back with you. Melbourne 19.
top two teams ranked coming into finals. It's fitting, you'd think. There's not long left in this game, not long left in this tournament for the under-12s, so scores are level.
I hope the viewers can hear the crowd because this is deafening. We can barely hear each other speak, Paddy.
Very loud here in our commentary position is Guthrie. She's got a story to tell in these last 5 minutes for the Blues. She's held up here. Sarah Guthrie, 3 feet behind the three-point arc, flicks it across to Volpe. Putting it on the floor was Carver Louisi. There's a jump shot, short range from Volpe that misses. Coming the other way, Eggleston. She's got 2 to beat. Wades through traffic, leaves a shot right. Guthrie with the rebound and is fouled straight away, as we've seen a couple of times. Dylan Beaumont from the Tigers. They've fouled the Blues straight after a defensive rebound. It might be the 4th time out of their 7 or 8 now personal fouls this half.
Minor indiscretion there, probably didn't need to foul. It's amazing that the Blues haven't taken the lead all game. Tied at 19, 4.5 to play. Ray has done a brilliant job as ball handler. She takes the inside pass and she's fouled on the baseline.
She may have stepped out.
In fact. Stepped out. So again, they have the tied ball game, but cannot score to take the lead. And our handy lead would be right about now with 4 minutes left. Every ounce of effort on defense exerted. Oliver. Initially tipped was the pass, but Oliver does well to save it. Wasting no time, the inside pass to travel. Ahern jumped up, but the defense overpowered her, forced her back on the ground. And it'll be the Blues ball with 3:45 left.
I think Natalie Carver-Louisi has been excellent as a defensive anchor this half, especially for the Blues. Scores still tied, 3 minutes and 35 left. Harlow Ray. Here's Harrington, top of the key. Guthrie wants it, gets it now, tries to push off, gets some room at the right side of the court, didn't like the look, gave it back to Harrington. Carver-Louisi onto the hardwood, flicks it for a free throw line jumper for Harlow Ray. Looked for the bank, couldn't get an offensive rebound, it rims out.
Oh no.
Volpe unlucky, but the Blues will get a second opportunity. The Tigers fumbling it out of bounds. We're now within that 3-minute window, and that clock will turn off when the ball goes out of play. We've got nothing but basketball left for you. 3 minutes to decide the champion in the under-12s division.
It's one of the most underrated parts of a basketball game, rebounding. Have to secure that ball. On the inbound, Harrington, it bounces off the Rays' heads. And the Tigers with possession, 2:59 to play. A genuine stalemate right now. Neither side has scored in the last probably 4 minutes. A long pass to Oliver. Feeds it to Josa, and Oliver will keep it up top. Has DeAndrea as support. With 7 points in this final, and she'll call the shots. Oliver into DeAndrea, missed it, off hands, and the Blues ball. And the Blues crowd really egging them on here. They've got all the momentum, just can't seem to find the basket.
Harlow Ray. Now Volpe right beneath us, right wing, goes to Harrington, takes the ball into that right corner, wants some movement. Guthrie's trying to back up for her in the post. That option no good, Carver-Louisi instead. Harlow Ray's waiting for it in the far side of the court, behind the three-point arc. Guthrie moving for her behind the key. Flicked long to Esme Harrington, who gets through. Left-handed, hits the underside of the rim. Right-handed, can't get the roll. Oliver with it. She's fouled by Volpe. 2 minutes and 6 remaining. Still locked at 19 apiece. One timeout remaining to the Tigers. Frankston have taken theirs. Eggleton on inbounding duties, did well to DeAndrea. Guthrie on a hit, charges down low, left-handed layup, Tigers in front. And DeAndrea's up to 9. 21 plays 19, 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining. Grandstand hit finish here in the under-12s grand final.
Great finish. under the pressure there. And with 1:57 to play, the Tigers lead it by 2. Getting down to crunch time. Ray lost it. But they say it's a deflected ball. Joseph thinks otherwise. It'll stay with Frankston. 1:49 to play. Harrington, the inside pass. And straight up to tie the game. Carvalhausi, her first points of the afternoon. Gumbleton quickly the other way. There's still 1:37 to play. And she holds it for the moment. Doesn't know what to do, so she just pulls up and gives them the lead. Tigers up by 2 with just over a minute to play.
What a time for Gumbleton to open her account. Here's Ray the other way, no good. Rebound Carvalhausi. 1:13 left. Here goes the superstar Guthrie. She couldn't get the roll. They'll get another chance. Time ticking down, long two-pointer. It rims out. Desperately unlucky was Harlow Ray. Eggleston the other way, whistle. Esme Harrington got in her path.
Here's the thing, the Blues are only at 5 fouls, so they need to commit another 4 fouls to precipitate free throws for the Tigers. You never thought it would cost you, but it can right about now.
Taken away by Guthrie on the inbound. 56 seconds remaining for the Blues to hit the front. It's stolen from her by DeAndrea. And they'll get the ball back, the Tigers. What a defensive play. She leads the scoring for the Tigers, DeAndrea. That's her best personal play of the day. She's been on Guthrie's hip all game. Rips the ball away from her. We've still got 48 seconds remaining. Here come the Tigers.
Yep, they're still covering Oliver. She takes it to the cup. And Lousy fouled on the rebounds. 42.7. We have started off the day with a thriller. Last year we had just the one close game. Could this be important of what's to come for the day's remainder? And Lousy's heading to the free throw line, Paddy.
Yeah, they're into the bonus now, it looks. With that 9th foul, or 10th. So wait if that scoreboard's going to be updated.
Foul.
Yeah. So 42.7 left.
Lousy with huge free throws, misses. She's only hit the one for the tournament, averaging 4.2 a game, points that is. 42.7 seconds in this game, dangling in the bounds. She misses the next, but the offensive rebound for Guthrie goes back up. Arms flailing everywhere. Lousy's fouled again. Oh, she'll head to the line for the second time in a row. And this time, Paddy, this time she'll get a chance to tie the ball game.
If she does, the overtime rules, we can have 3-minute periods. Should Carvalhausi make both of these, and the Tigers not take the advantage. She banks in the first. 22-23, Tigers by a point. Lousy has 3 points on the day. She splits her set. Rebounded by Oliver. 32 seconds left. They'll just want to retain the ball. Shot clock doesn't happen in the under-12s. Gumbleton with it. Through the lane, whistle sounds.
Got a foul. Probably too much time chewed up off the clock there for the Blues.
So they'll take it from the sideline, it appears. 21.5 remaining.
Probably don't need to guard the inbound either.
From the baseline it'll be. So Eggleston, big pass this. We will have a timeout. So Frankston trail by a point. 21.5 seconds remaining. We return, or we'll stay on with Melbourne Tigers leading by a point. Under 12s grand final. They have gone over the amount of fouls allowed, so any foul committed by the Tigers will send Frankston to the free throw line.
That's big, especially when the Blues will need to attack, but they have to get possession first, and there's two ways they can do it. They can either heavily press on the inbound. You probably don't need to guard the inbound, but don't stay too close to where they can throw it off the inbounder and then receive it back. So you've got to play man coverage Or the other way is to foul again another 3 times, send them to the free throw line, and both sides still have a timeout remaining. Obviously, I think timeouts can only be called at a stoppage for under 12, so I could be wrong there, Paddy. But you've got to heavily guard this inbound if you are Frankston. They haven't had a lead all game, and Zara Guthrie has 9 points, Harrington has 4. Carvalhausi's been good on the offensive glass, he's got 3. And then for the Tigers, it's really been Cleo D'Andrea who's starred with 9 points, and Emily Oliver with 4 points as well. And what a finish we have coming up.
So here we go then. Eggleston to do the rebound, inbounding the work here. Ray will pick her up. Gets straight to the top of the key. D'Andrea now with it, backs up, crosses over, double team coming, she gets rid of it. Guthrie tries to track it down, clatters into Eggleston. Desperation from the Frankston Blues results in a foul. It was that close, Dylan Beaumont, to a turnover, and Guthrie disappearing down to the other end of the court and scoring, you'd think, to give the Blues the lead. Instead, it's another inbound with 14.2 remaining.
On the inbound, Eggleton probing, has to get it off, and she does. Oliver fell down to ground, holds possession. D'Andrea is fouled, 8.8 to play, and 1 foul until they're in the bonus.
It's almost clever there by Guthrie. She was going for the ball, but in committing that foul, she does mean that the next one should send the Tigers to the line, which means that Frankston would, you'd think, get the ball back.
Eggleton, has she thrown it away? Oh, it's still their ball. They took a second and 4 milliseconds off the clock. Timeout on the floor, 1 point game. That will be the Tigers' last timeout. It's an interesting choice, but they want to talk it over. And
well, the thing you can't do is turn the ball over. Just got to make sure that you get the ball in one of your teammates' hands from this inbound. Doesn't matter what you do after that. There's 7.4 seconds, so if you keep it tight, it's going to start at their end of the court, remember. So for the Blues to score, they'll need to get the ball the length of the court in 7 seconds. Easier said than done.
They do have a timeout if they happen to score. You know, the worst case scenario is if they foul and then Melbourne missed the second free throw. They can't call a timeout. So you've got to go end to end in, 5 seconds by the time it takes place.
You'd almost look for a situation, and this is getting quite competitive, where you'd look to intentionally miss that second free throw no matter what to take time off the clock. As long as it hits the rim, happy days. So here we go then. 7.4 seconds remaining. Melbourne Tigers 23, Frankston Blues 22. Under 12s grand final, Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament. The first of the day, it's a ripper. Got to get this ball in.
Oh,
Stepped over. She's stepped over Eva Eggleston. And that'll be another timeout. The clock says 6.2. I'm not sure if it'll stay that way, considering that the offence was committed before the ball had been inbounded, so we should still have that 7.4 second figure on the clock when we come back from the timeout, and that's what's happening at the moment. So, the Blues here with one chance. 7 seconds to do it. Trailing by 1 point, so any score will do. Remind our audience that should this be tied at the end of regulation, we will have overtime. 3-minute periods will be observed. And there's the added caveat that should the Tigers commit a foul, they will send the Blues to the free throw line.
This is the tricky part. They have to stop the clock exactly on the millisecond. Unfortunately, there's no technology to place it on exactly 7.4. Let's see how they go. They'll just let it run down again.
It blows straight past it.
So they have to restart it. Someone's fallen asleep at the control panel, And we have got to wait another minute here, which gives the Blues another chance to talk about it.
So this is interesting because this might result in a technical timeout of some description while we resolve the clock, which will give the Blues a bit more time to draw something up.
Malfunction, Paddy.
I'm not suggesting anything. But what a game of basketball, what a way to start this off. While we do have a moment before the action recommences, we will have the under-14s to follow shortly. That'll be Keilor and Diamond Valley. They've been waiting around for this game to reach its conclusion for some time now.
So what do you think the Blues do here? The Tigers want them to settle for a jump shot. I think it's got to be a Guthrie drive to the key, look for a foul because they've committed plenty of them as the clock will have to stop here. Let's see how they go about it.
They've done well there. So, 7.3 seconds remaining. Esme Harrington will do the inbounding work, either Eggleston, Wright, or Grill. They'll be looking, you'd think, for number 68, Zara Guthrie, and they'll be looking for a high-quality opportunity to win this game. Any score will do. A two-pointer will put them ahead by one. Guthrie with it with 7 seconds. Into the lane, loses control of the ball. It comes loose. A shot was over the top of the rim by Volpe. The Tigers have the basketball, and they have the championship. What a game of basketball. It's the Melbourne Tigers who started so well in the first half. Their defensive pressure, their intensity was superb. And down this stretch, they hold their nerve. They win 23 points to 22 to take out the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament Under-12 Girls title. Superb game of physical, intense, high-pressure basketball. We go through the scorers. DeAndrea had 9, 4 for Josa, 4 for Oliver, 2 each for Gumbleton, Eggleston, single points for Ahern and Williamson for the Blues. Guthrie had 9, Harrington 4, Carver Louisi 3, Peterson, Gunter and Ray 2 points apiece. Still in Beaumont before we get a little break in before the under-14s get started. Your thoughts on that game?
What a game of basketball indeed, Paddy, and pulled tremendously well by you in the end. Cleo DeAndrea needs to hold her head up. She was the star for the Tigers. And they held the lead from start to finish, wire to wire, some people call it. Obviously it was tied for a large majority of that second half. And the Blues just couldn't find that score they needed to. And the defense was tidy for the Tigers. They knew what they were doing on attack once they figured out that area where they didn't score in between the first quarter and the second quarter. And between Cleo DeAndrea and Emily Oliver, Harper Josa as well at centre. A well-deserved title, and they're the under-12 champs. Congratulations
to the Melbourne Tigers, our first premier of the day. We've got 4 more coming up for you. The under-14s next, and followed by the 16s, 18s and 20s as the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament for 2025 reaches its final day. We will step aside for a few moments and return with the under-14s championship. What a start that was to finals day of the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament. Now, first game, the under-12s, it was the Melbourne Tigers winning the championship, 23 points to 22, a game that went to the final shot of the game. A 1-point victory, and hopefully that's a bit of an indicator of what's to come here for the 4 other grand finals that are coming up. Next up is the under-14 girls. It's the Keilor Thunder. They're taking on Diamond Valley. And this should be an interesting one. So Keilor going through the regular games, undefeated, 4 wins, 0 losses, 173%. Diamond Valley a bit different. They did drop the one game. They were defeated in their first game by Boleyn, 44 to 29, and since then have dominated their road to this grand final. Defeats of Wyndham, South Adelaide and Knox in the rest of their regular season games before they took care of business in the finals. Then Sandringham by 7 points, and then Dandenong by a single point earlier this morning, 39 to 38. Alana Fernando with 14 points leading all scorers. Keilor, it's been a little bit more procedural for the Thunder. 40 to 24 winners over Wyndham, 42 to 34 over Kilsyth, 46 to 18 over Knox, 36 to 19 over Sandringham in their regular tournament games. The quarter-final over Casey, 50 to 41, 9-point winners led by Summer West and Zara Smith. And they defeated the Melbourne Tigers in the earlier semi-final, 29 to 17. Tessa Stevens leading the way there. Both teams lining up in the middle of the court here at Montmorency Secondary College. Dylan Beaumont beside me, Paddy Ginley is my name. We're some 15 feet away from the action. A beautiful little setup here, the home of the Eltham Wildcats, and good opportunity to thank our broadcast crew and JR Smith Media and all the wonderful people here who make this tournament possible.
For sure, they've provided 3rd year running for me, our 2nd year running. Paddy always do a fantastic job supplying anything we need, the equipment, even as far as food.
I know.
So they're feeding us as well.
Oh, I'm pretty excited about the Uber Eats.
I am too.
The Uber Eats order at 4 p.m. is going to hit.
I do agree, but JR doing his thing, all his videography work, does a tremendous job on the socials.
He does.
And also organises us up here in the booth, and if you can see the centre for Keilor, that will be, or rather, Diamond Valley, Emerson Florence, their leading scorer. She's been a powerhouse early, and Keilor will have Scarafilo in the tip-off. Here we go.
So Florence, who looks by some distance the tallest to be out there. Straight away a turnover forced though by the Thunder, who come through, you'd think, the hot favourites. Here's Summer West. She's been exciting this tournament. Her and Zara Smith have worked well. Here is Zara Smith, right corner, goes baseline, rises up, her shot's long. Florence did well to defend it. Ends up back with Smith, who just slings that pass back to West. And now Purcell across the lane, holds her dribble, just a little underhand layup. Bit of a circus shot to start. Purcell gets us moving here in the under-14s grand final.
Up the floor, Fernando pulls back. She has 2 opponents against her, resets up the top of the key, Tilly. Fernando again, the inside pass. Florence might just abuse her height here and does. Too easy. A textbook post move. And Emerson Florence with the first score for Diamond Valley, under-14 grand final. 2nd game out of 5 here at Montmorency Secondary College. The drive inside, and now the kick-out pass. Long three's fired, comes up short, and they'll let it fly out of play. 2-2 here. Quick start on both ends.
So there's a fair chunk of height out on this court at the moment. It's going to be the smaller guards here for the Eagles. Alyssa D'Antonio, who's going to sling it across to Alana Fernando. Here is Emerson Florence. Rises up with the right hand, doesn't get the friendly roll. Underway now of Zara Smith of the Thunder, had it poked out of her grasp. And retain possession though, 2 apiece. 20-minute halves, the protocol. The clock will roll until the last minute of the first half and the last 3 minutes of the second, as going hunting was Purcell for the backdoor cut. The pass was interrupted. Just slipped out of the grasp at the final moment of Ruby Tilly. She had an open layup, couldn't control the ball, and watches it escape out of play, and now the Thunder will come back through. Summer West charging across the timeline.
West heading east at the top of the key, driving inside against her opposing number 70, finds the rebound and then hits the bottom of the rim. Now they're resting at ground level and will have a jump ball, but it will remain with Keilor on the inbounds. But Purcell with the early score. And Zara Smith take the inbound. Purcell gets open at the elbow, in rhythm, nice shots. Purcell is averaging under 4 points per game this tournament, already up to 4, as all of their tally. Fernando inside, up with the right. Can't get it to score. Florence tips it out of bounds. Keilor up early, 4-2.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a different ball game to the under-12s game we saw earlier. The defensive pressure is high, but the offensive firepower for both squads is standing out early. Summer West in the middle of the Montmorency Secondary College court, goes inside. She's met by Florence, flips it off. Nice pass. And Scarafilo turning on the spot. She opens her scoring account for the Thunder. Florence just about loses a dribble. It's not really her forte. Gives it to Fernando. Now D'Antonio. There's Florence back to the bucket at the elbow. Drops it back now to Fernando. Wades her way inside. Flips up a shot with 5 on the shot clock and drops it in. That's a beautiful bit of play from the guard. And an opportunity for an and one here.
Averaging 8 points per game is Fernando. And she had 14 in their final against Dandenong. That was her highest of the tournament. It's been in double figures twice. Doesn't connect on the free throw. And Florence tips it out of bounds. A nice play on both ends early. Certainly a more offensive game than the last one we saw, as Fernando analyses the options, sees Florence out in the corner, can't quite hit the three. Now on the break is Scorafilo. Already scored once. That's batted away off hands. And the long outlet pass at the rim. George couldn't finish. And it springs around before it's captured by Purcell, who's got 4 points early. And now the ball handler is Summer West.
So 5 minutes down. That's an 8-second violation. You don't see that too often. Summer West frustrated. It'll be a turnover and she'll go and sit. Her first break. Stella Moo joins her on the bench. Daisy Ross is now out there for the Thunder. Zara Smith doing plenty to try and distract her opponent. Alana Fernando, no harm done. That's a nice pass to Florence, who just turned around and dropped it in. Emerson Florence. We've seen her, she's outside the arc, she looks dangerous. The stroke looks good, they've turned it over though here, the Thunder. The Eagles will get another go. Heidi George just unlucky off the heel. Fernando tried to save it, 6 apiece to score. Here come the Thunder. Ross, right corner. Pretty much a full shot clock to play with. Indy Turner will fling it around. Here's the vocal Zara Smith, goes back to Ross. 10 on the shot clock, down low, Scarafilo is fouled. So her first trip to the line, 6 apiece.
Always nice to have a centre who doesn't even descend with the ball in hand, Paddy. She received the pass, went straight up with it. That's what centres should be able to do, with her height especially, but nice attacking at pace early.
So the first one is off to the left-hand side with Scarafilo. 2 points already for her first trip to the line, and the first trip to the stripe for the Thunder. Clock still rolling, 13 minutes remaining in the first half. That's an empty set, but the Thunder might retrieve this basketball. It's retrieved in the end by the Eagles, and it might be George again down the court. But third time of asking, she's missed another layup, and they'll lose possession here, the Eagles. Not the start that Heidi George would have wanted.
Exactly right, Paddy. Substitutions for Keilor. Scorafilo has a sit, and Amelia Smith on for Keilor. Amelia Smith averaging 2.5 points per game. Taking it up court, Indy Turner, who's also averaging about 2.83 a game, gets the rough screen, kicks it into the corner. Ross inside, bounced off the rim, and now taken down. It's Antonio off to Fernando running the break, and gives Diamond Valley their first lead. Fast-paced basketball, Alana Fernando with 4 points, as Purcell being closely hounded, does well to retrieve it, has to put it through her legs to save it, and a foul is called.
Pacino there, I think, diving for the loose ball, just getting tangled up in the legs, but the intent there from the Eagles early. And be focusing pretty heavily, you'd think, the Thunder on the size of Emerson Florence and her ability to probably slow things down in transition and find herself open from three. She's not afraid to do that. We've seen that already. Here's Indy Turner for the Thunder. Step back triple. Closing out as Florence. Maybe affected the shot, which was just short off the front of the rim. Rebounded though. Got to Daisy Ross off the heel. Fast break. The Eagles have got the size advantage and the numbers advantage, but they've thrown it away. Great defensive press by the Thunder. They'll win the ball back through the agency of Turner, who was fouled.
Really well done by Indy Turner. Just a hand at the right time to poke the ball away. Create the turnover. And they'll have ball in hand again. 11 minutes and 11 seconds to play. Diamond Valley lead it. Nearly a backcourt there by Indy Turner. Stevens. Turner up top. Fernando a little lackadaisical on the screen switch. So Florence has to make up for it. Turner. There's a count in the paint. Offensive 3 seconds against Amelia Smith, who was a little exasperated with Indy Turner, and Indy Turner has to pick up her direct opposite number on the inbound. No, she'll be subbed off instead. And Summer West comes back on.
It's an interesting look when you scroll through the points leaders for both these squads. Diamond Valley focusing on Florence and Ochino and Fernando. Kilo, a bit of an even spread between their squad. Here is Florence. That pass was lobbed up a little bit. All's well that ends well. D'Antonio retrieved it, gave it to Poppy Hooper, one of the better surnames you'll get in a basketball game. The pass was a little errant though. Fernando tracks it down. They've only got 6 on the shot clock. They've got to advance this quickly. Now 4. Hooper's in trouble. Fernando's just got to toss this up. She'll run out of time. And you can hear the volume from the Keilor Thunder bench after that defensive possession. The Eagles didn't get a shot up. That's exactly what they'd be wanting to see.
It's a good problem to have when you have too many scorers on a team, Paddy. And we'll see that on this possession if Keilor West can track that lead down, or that deficit down rather, of 2. Wayward pass. Stevens had to straddle the line, gets it back inside, and Amelia Smith, all nylon, to tie it at 8. Fernando up the court with a wild pass. They have possession. Hooper for Florence inside. Off glass. That was too easy. 6 points already for Emerson Florence. Nice behind the back move by Summer West, who's looking crafty early. Gets the screen. It was a bit of an ineffective screen by Smith. West throws it up, misses on the rebound, and there is Zara Smith. Tied at 10 again. Action-packed first half, and that's out of bounds. Keilor pressing early on, over 8.5 minutes to play. And we're tied at 10 apiece.
So Thunder, number 30, Purcell, first points of the game. She's got 4, 2 points apiece for Scarafillo, Amelia Smith and Zara Smith, but it's Florence and Fernando for the Eagles. 6 points and 4 points respectively. That shot from Amelia Smith is wide. It's going to be interesting to see how the Thunder negotiate the size of Florence, because they're looking for pretty much every opportunity, the Eagles. You can see even in this situation as the Eagles bring it in from the baseline that she's already got straight down to the offensive end. Gets herself in a good posse. Tuate. Florence went looking for that ball. She's hurried underneath the bucket. She'll be fouled by Amelia Smith.
We'll be preparing to see Diamond Valley in the next game as well. They've advanced to the final. Diamond Valley against Kilsyth in the under-16s. Following this clash.
Double Eagles delight perhaps. Fernando's looking for Florence, who might have jumped out of play, but a foul again on Amelia Smith. She's got her hands full with her opposing number 22. Inbound Fernando, she'll get it back. Short range jumper, touched long, tipped out of bounds there by Florence. So a couple of back-to-back nice defensive possessions here for the Keilor Thunder. 10 points apiece, 7 minutes remaining. 20-minute halves, the order of the day across all our competitions. This ball's been tipped out of play underneath the bucket, and the Thunder will get another go at it. Plenty of movement. That's a nice little pass. Daisy Ross looping around nicely, received the bounce pass, dropped it in. Opens her account, and they'll get the ball back to the Thunder. There's Tessa Stevens. She's lost control of it. Poppy Hooper comes away. Her path was interrupted. So it's a foul, looks like on Tessa Stevens, just underneath us on the sideline. And some substitutions as well, Dill.
Yep, substitutions to come. Purcell back on for the Thunder. As Dwyer, first time we've seen her all game, searching for Florence in the post, who has options everywhere she looks. Hooper into the corner. It's Wate. Dwyer and Florence again, just threw it up. Got her own rebound, and she's fouled. Couldn't get the lucky roll. To the line for two.
Well, this is the story, isn't it? Because as you mentioned earlier, Dill, she's not even thinking about putting the ball on the floor if she can avoid it. Florence, she's getting that ball up and around the bucket as quickly as she can and recovering quickly for the offensive rebound. I think that's the third time I think she's been fouled in this contest already. We've got 5 minutes remaining in the first half.
You notice Keilor go into a conversation as Florence hits the first. Every time there's a pair of free throws, the first free throw, they don't line up. They use that time to talk about it. Talk about what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. And Emerson Florence, who only had 2 points in her first game, has since had 6, 10, 18, 10 and 6. And now she has 8. Summer West makes room for Ross, who scored before, has it again. And they're trying to bite away at this zone. Purcell. Ross again in a one-on-one isolation, takes it inside with the right hand and scores. Nicely done by Daisy Ross. She's only averaging 4. That's what she has right now. Florence with haste moves it, got the rebound, the reverse layup, a bit of a wedgie, and then she scores again. And she has 10 points in the first 15 minutes and counting. And now a block! Swats it away. Access denied. 14 apiece with 4:14 on the clock.
Really impressive performance this. She's rocketed into double digits. Ross again off the inbound. That's her play, not this time. Florence pulls down the rebound. Is accosted by 2 Thunder defenders. The Eagles will get the basketball back. She's so in control of herself, Emerson Florence. I think that's what's so impressive is it's one thing to have size, it's another to know how to control it down low. Looking really dangerous on either ends of the court. The Thunder defence already with its hands full. It's quite telling really that the Thunder, they've got 5 different scorers. The Eagles just the 2, Florence with 10 points, Fernando with 4. The big and the guard. Here is Fernando. 3 minutes and a half remaining. Advances it past halfway. Some pepper in this passing. Here is Florence, 2 on her. Dribbles, turns around, left-handed deft touch, doesn't get the roll. Rebounded by Ross. It's hurled ahead. Here's Estella Moo inside. She's fouled. She doesn't quite get the roll, but she will go to the stripe for 2.
Just about to say, we haven't seen a whole lot of Estella Moo, but here she is on cue. Started off the tournament very well. Hit 4 threes in the first 3 games, so she can shoot the rock, Paddy.
She can. Just the one free throw made for this tournament so far, Estella Moo. And it stays that way on the first time of asking. 2.5 remaining. At this point, personal foul's not really a concern. 4 committed by the Eagles, 6 by the Thunder. Moo comes up empty. Nice rebound though. And a little bit of extras for Scarifiello. She got that rebound and fell to the floor. There'll be another opportunity here for the Thunder with 2 minutes remaining. Quick sub. Zara Smith checking back in. Volpe takes a seat. I've liked them, how they've looked in this set, and Zara Smith has just stepped in. Looking for Ross again, that looping around inbound play that we've seen on multiple occasions. Smith just a bit overzealous and stepping in, and that will be a timeout called by the Eagles. So the clock stops at 1 minute 50 remaining in this first half. It's 16 points Keilor Thunder, 14 points the Diamond Valley Eagles. We'll step aside and return in a minute. So 1 minute 50 remaining in the first half. It's a 2-point advantage at the moment to Keilor Thunder. And you would say they have been a better favoured team coming into this grand final, going through the group stage, the regular tournament phase undefeated. Diamond Valley, after dropping their first game of the tournament to Boleyn, have won every other match, including the all-important semi-final over Dandenong by a point to get to this phase of the competition. The grand final. My name's Paddy Grinley, Dylan Beaumont beside me here at Montmorency Secondary College, the second of our 5 grand finals that we'll be covering today. There's a bit of confusion, Dylan, over what's going on at the moment.
Yeah.
Looks like a
up here as well.
Double timeout has been called. So an opportunity again for the squads to talk things over with 1 minute and 50 remaining. We'll hang around for this break, Dill, because it's been an interesting half of basketball. We've seen a fair bit of offensive firepower, as you expect today, as we move up the divisions. But it's the first time we've really seen one player look dominant on the offensive end of the floor and the defensive end as well. And that's Emerson Florence. Just sheer height, but also a bit of craftiness under the bucket and being able to get up and down the court and make yourself dangerous, not just in the paint, but on the outside as well.
Yeah, as you said, 12 points. Emerson Florence, you notice it on the stat sheet because for Keilor, and this is how they've been doing it the whole tournament, 5 different scorers. Diamond Valley with 2, Alana Fernando 4 points. Florence with 12, she knows where the rebounds are going every single time. 10 points rather, not 12, sorry. 10 points for Emerson Florence, of course, trailing by 2 points. Just getting to the right position at the right time, and that's all it's about. When you're in the post, have to be cognizant of who's around you, how many there are around you. So if she gets it at the low block, sometimes they'll converge on her, she can fire it out to Fernando, and this is where you need your other players to be able to A, shoot, or B, cut inside for that pass, because Florence is being double or triple teamed. She's handling it for the moment, but when it gets down to crunch time in the second half, if it's a 2-point game, they'll know who the threat is. If she's in the post, she'll need a teammate, a helping hand, and just got to be aware of that danger around them.
So the next game we'll be covering for you will be the under-16s grand final. That'll be between Diamond Valley and Kilsyth, coming up in an hour or so. Back we are to the under-14s, and it's Ross with the steal for the Thunder. She's going to go all the way. She drives inside and rattles in the layup. That's a really nice bit of individual play by Daisy Ross. She's been a story in this first half, Dill. She's got 6 points.
Sure is. Time Valley looking to work their way back at travel. That's Heidi George. So a 4-point lead. We've got a minute until half time, and if they can build on this, Keilor, a very handy lead in the second half to go into. On the inbound, West across the timeline. Smith back to West, who's dithering at the moment. Gets it back at the top of the key. Not a whole lot of movement. Now inside, using a body score of Philo to good effect.
That was so fluid, that movement to get Scarafilo on a mismatch, and knowing that she did 2, no hesitation of turning around and dropping in the 2.
6-point lead, looking to cut it to 4 is Uchino, and she'll head to the line for 2.
So we've mentioned this a couple of times still, 5 scorers now for the Thunder. Just the 2 for the Eagles. Uchino would be their 3rd after Florence and Fernando.
It's not like Uchino's unaccustomed to scoring. She misses the first free throw there. Scoreless in this first half, but in the previous games, she hit 3 threes in her first 3 games, averaging just under 10 points. And on the second free throw, teammates stepped forward a little bit early. It's a violation anyway, going the other way. But in the under 12s, she averaged 8.33 points per game as well. Under 14 B1, 8.5 points. But today, particularly in this grand final, yet to make an impact, scoreless, which we wouldn't have envisaged if we were to make a prediction before the game. So they need to get her in rhythm in the second half as well.
So 27 seconds remaining. There's about a second difference between the shot and game clock. And down the lane, nice little floating layup from West, who's unlucky to not get the roll. Wrestling over that ball with Zara Smith, along with Alyssa D'Antonio. The Eagles will get the last possession of this half.
Uchino took a shot to the throat there. She was expecting a foul call. Didn't receive it, just put her off balance, but she looks to be all right.
So here we go, should be the last possession of the first half. D'Antonio pushing the pace forward. Florence now, high post. She's a long way from home. They all split off her. 6 seconds to go. Uchino will fire a triple and bury it. That's her shooting. That's what we've been talking about. And a big play from outside the arc finishes things off in this first half. She opens her scoring account. She's got 3 points. The first 3 we've seen today, Dill. Florence leading all comers with 10. Fernando with 4 for the Eagles. The Thunder, though, they lead it by 3 points, and it's been an even race of scoring through Ross with 6, Purcell and Scarafilo with 4, and 2 points apiece for Amelia Smith and Zara Smith. An entertaining game of basketball, Dylan Beaumont. 3-point leaders, though, Keilor Thunder as we take the break.
Great spread and quality basketball all around, Paddy. So it's the Keilor Thunder, 20 points.
Diamond Valley Eagles 17 at half-time of the Under-14s Grand Final. Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament for season 2025. What a great way to get the year underway, and what a lovely way to spend a public holiday sitting next to Dylan Beaumont here at Montmorency Secondary College with 5 games of hoops to unfold. We've already seen the Under-12s Grand Final, a thriller, deciding the final minutes and hoping for the same again here. With a Thunder to inbound, Zara Smith on that duty. She gets the ball right back, blazes down the lane, rises up on Florence, who did well to interrupt that shot. Her pass was interrupted. They're going to have to heave this one forward unless they commit an 8-second violation. They do so. Heidi's under the basket there. That's Heidi George. The pass was interrupted on its way through. She might get it back though. It's turnover city. Fernando, tough out of control layup. Got the whistle. We'll head straight to the line. A frenetic 30 seconds or so to start the second half, Dill. And Fernando will have the opportunity to add to her 4 points.
How was the precision on the Florence pass? Just threw it over her head.
So Fernando Dill, one trip to the line already for an earlier attempt at completing an and one. Missed that opportunity, doesn't miss out here.
I was just going to say, Paddy, that Fernando has been that counter attack when Florence isn't operating, because Florence, we know, will be attacked on the defensive end as they head down the other way here to Keilor. Just a 1-point lead. They had a lead as much as 6. Turner, who's done some nice things in the first half. And her offense not really cooperating. Now they do. Purcell sets the screen. Turner bounces right to Purcell. They've got the backup defender in Florence. Purcell just has to throw it up there. And nothing doing. Dangerous pass by Uccino. Ball at ground level. They'll scrounge it out. And a foul called. It'll stay with Keilor.
A real rough and tough start to this second half. 1-point leaders, the Thunder. I am wondering when the time would come to sit Florence. She seems to have pretty much played through here. That's a quick play. Again, it's Ross. They seek her out on that inbound under the bucket. Not going to work. What a pass that's going to be from Florence. Fernando takes it in stride. Strong on the layup. Affected by the Zara Smith closeout. And it will be a second trip to the line for Alana Fernando for the half so far. We've only played just over 2 minutes. And the opportunity for a troop change, an early one for the Diamond Valley Eagles. And it's Ola Ituate who comes in. So Fernando, 2 of 3 for her free throw shots today. And this one just rolls out off the heel and off the front of the rim. It's a reminder that the clock will stop rolling as it is now in the last 3 minutes of the half, as Fernando can't make her second free throw either. So 2 missed opportunities. Great trap this is. Dylan Beaumont from the Eagles. The Thunder have got to get this ball forward, and they do so. Here's Smith. That's Zara Smith.
Turner has it at the top of the key. The tunes are pumping out here at Montmorency Secondary College. 1-point game with under 17 to play. Low post move. Smith did well to get it up, but she's given away a foul. An offensive charge called. And now she tried to plead her case instead and has to acquiesce. And down the other end it will head. Diamond Valley trail at 19 to 20. I love the extra number. Heidi George is the ball carrier. Fernando there as well as they trap her at half court. But George speeds out of there, finds the open teammate, and she banks it in from the elbow. That's Dee Pasquale with her first bucket of the game. Both sides mimicking each other's defensive approach. And Keilor scrapping away. At the top of the key, Stevens. Turner. Diamond Valley's coach, very vocal on the sideline. Turner has it tapped away by Florence, running the break. Fernando a 2-on-1.
What a save.
She does well to save it in bounds. And Florence has it at the top of the key.
So Florence a long way from home. Di Pasquale's off her. Did pretty well to get underneath the Zara Smith closeout. Her shot hit the underside of the backboard. Here's Zara Smith. Wades her way through this press. Now it's in the hands of Purcell across the lane into Florence, who just denies her with ease. Purcell did well though. Flicked it back out for the long two from Turner, which is off. Florence rebounds. She's fouled. Too big, too strong, Dylan Beaumont.
The defensive presence is too strong to overcome. If you're Purcell, you can't drive on her. She was not hands straight up, but didn't do anything to lead to a foul. Had the hands overarching, and another block to her name. That'll be her fourth, I think.
Now should be moving up there. Moo and West coming in here, bit of a troop change. Looks like Daisy Ross as well. Di Pasquale, right-handed floater, dribbles off the front of the rim. Pardon me, that was Lola Atuate on that shot. Here's Ross for the Thunder. 14 and a half remaining in the second half. Ball with Summer West. Nice pass to the cutter, Scarlett Filo, who dropped it off in turn to Zara Smith. Can't fill it up though, the Thunder. Now D'Antonio all the way, her layup is too strong. Summer West with an opportunity, pushes the pace, nice pass to Estella Moo. That's a bunny. She puts in her first points of the proceeding. 22 Thunder, 21 Eagles. That's another foul. Florence now 2 of 4 at the line today. 33 the Eagles, 28 the Thunder. In our earlier result, it was the under-12s grand final. So Melbourne Tigers by a point over the Frankston Blues. Cracking game of basketball. A little bit more defensively minded than perhaps what we've seen in this under-14s grand final, Dylan Beaumont, but that's very entertaining stuff. And we've still got the 16s, 18s and 20s to come.
Certainly right, Paddy, and they've done well to claw their way back here at Keilor. They found themselves up 6 or 7 early and then down 9. And they've had a couple of trips to the free throw line, a score there by Summer West. So they're still very much so in a 5-point game. Have to apply pressure from all angles and be careful of the long inbound pass, especially with Emerson Florence in the game, because we know that they have been vulnerable a few times. Keilor, Florence has thrown those long passes, even Fernando as well, who's got 8 points. So still in it, some work to do, but if they can continue these fast breaks and the intensity on the offensive end, you never know what could happen. 2 minutes is a long time in basketball. And for those who may or may not be distracted from the game in the NFL, the Buffalo Bills against the Chiefs, the Buffalo Bills have tied it at 29, Paddy, for your information.
Interesting stuff.
Big game, that one. Not as big as this, though.
Under
14 grand final. 2 minutes left. Take us home.
So we are now at a time where the clock will stop when the ball is out of play. The Eagles lead it by 5. Spinning through the lane, wild left-handed layup out of control. Unable to fill it up on that occasion was Chino. They're going to get the ball back. Chino firing it into Florence. She had a cover in George. Now will turn around on the right, floating hook shot. She's up to 14. Quick 3 opportunity here. Nice little fake though to get all the way inside. Just missing on the 2 was Purcell. It's a perfect play up to that point. Just lacking execution as Fernando loses the handle to the left corner and rolls it out of play. So 7-point game. The Eagles in the box seat. 35 plays 28. 85 seconds remaining. Ross in there for the Thunder. She's been dynamic. Fading it for her right-hand side. Zara Smith, who can shoot the ball. They're taking their time though. Summer West tries to get through. And she might have been clipped on the way. Like that might have been Adela Chino who clapped her on the hand, and she will take her seat. That will put them into the bonus, I think, as well, Dylan Beaumont.
Both teams in the penalty now, Paddy. 9 fouls apiece. So if she can make these, it'll be a 5-point game.
So West split a free throw set while we were off air a few moments ago. First one rolls in here. Two for two. Now then, 70 seconds, 5-point game. Oh, it's just spilt through the hands there, out of play. Lola Atuate didn't have the sticky mitts, and that makes things very interesting. We have 64 seconds and a 5-point game to Thunder to control the basketball.
62 seconds to play. Oh, it's a risky pass. Into the paint now, looking to take on Florence, and you can't do that. Turnover down the other end to close the curtains. And they could be shut now. D'Antonio's first score of the game, and it comes at a pivotal time. 7-point lead, 48.8 seconds to play.
Fantastic bit of play there by D'Antonio. Remained composed down the inside with defenders coming at her. It would have been a moment at the other end with Daisy Ross just looking to force that extra pass because Emerson Florence was in her way. We've seen it so many times today, Dylan Beaumont, that she's been dangerous as that defensive anchor. Blocked a ton of shots and done so while looking barely concerned about what was going on around her, such as her height and ability to read the basketball and read the play.
Certainly right. One of those players who does the intangibles as well, and D'Antonio, Di Pasquale, they've got a few of those who don't need to score in high volume. When you have Emerson Florence on your side, if you can rattle the defense, if you can do the 1%ers, then that's all you need to do, just filling your role, playing your part. In the end, it results in what looks to be a win.
So 50.5 seconds remaining, both squads in the bonus. And the Eagles with an under-16s grand final to come directly after this as well. So hoping to do the 14-16s double.
Yeah, interesting to see one of Kilsyte's players, Jasmine Jones, with 6 threes in the semi-final.
We're going to look out for that shooting. The under-18s grand final locked in as well. That'll be Melbourne and Sandringham. It'll take place about 2:30. We'll be pushing a little bit late now. So one last chance, you think, here for Thunder. They need scoring, they need it quickly. Ross drops it off to Zara Smith. Their pass is out of control and out of bounds. And with 46.5 seconds, they need to make back the 7-point deficit. They're going to have to start without the ball. Fernando hurls at Florence all by herself. She's knocked on the shot, and that will be good night. Florence up to 16, a chance to make it 17 at the stripe.
Oh, could hear a pin drop.
It is quiet in here once they turn the music off. 39 plays 30, and we'll remain at that score. The Thunder with the ball, Smith ahead of the play. The pass was just a little bit hot. Florence with the rebound. She's picked up by 2 defenders and fouled. Whether you could assess it to each of Moo and Summer West there. This is some performance by the Diamond Valley Eagles. Florence will head to the line. She's 2 of 5 from the stripe. 16 points for her. She's been ably supported by Alana Fernando with 8, 2 of 5 from the line for her as well. Atuate, and the number 96, she's also got 8, 2 of 2 from the stripe. Now kick it over 40 here with one made free throw. Florence's first attempt is wide right. Three more finals to come. Florence can't fill it up on either occasion. 28 seconds remain, so still an opportunity for one more shot. West just hurls it ahead of the play. That's too hot. Moo can't drag it down, turnover. The Eagles will end this game in possession.
They've been over 40 in 3 of their 5 previous games. Lowest score of 37. Paddy? And they can close this one out with 20 seconds to play. Maybe one last score to exceed that 40 mark. Not quite for George. And a jump ball, it'll stay with Keilor with 12.3 seconds. And the under 12s, it was the Melbourne Tigers. And one last save for Emerson Florence. She has 18 points. It's a dominant display. Time ticks down. Fernando with a last minute steal, not quite. Diamond Valley are your under 14 champions. 41-30 your final score. And all eyes are on Emerson Florence. 18 points. A magnificent performance and a well-deserved victory for the Eagles.
Yeah, what a day for Emerson Florence. I believe that's equal to tournament high for this competition with 18 points also against Knox yesterday. Diamond Valley Eagles just too good. 41-30 over the Keilor Thunder. They are the under 14 champions rather. And the under 16s will have a go in just a few minutes time when they take on Kilsyth to do the 14-16s double. My name is Paddy Grinley, Dylan Beaumont beside me, and we'll be back in just a short few moments.
Spectators of the Diamond Valley vs Keilor game, can you please make your way over to court 3 for the presentation, please? Basketball Tournament Grand Final with this year's under-16 matchup between the Diamond Valley Eagles and the Kilside Cobras. I'll begin by introducing the Cobras, so Cobra fan, make some noise, starting with number 2, Rudy Ladd. Number 3, Lila Jones.
Under 16s grand final time here at the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament for 2025, and it's a chance for the Diamond Valley Eagles to do the double. They're coming up against Kilsyth in this contest. We've now just seen the court introductions. The Eagles, of course, coached by J.R. Smith, who is a big name around these parts, as I welcome in my co-commentator Dylan Beaumont. Once again, third grand final out of 5. How are the vocal cords holding up?
They're all right. It's not the Knicks, Nuggets, Cavaliers, J.R. Smith, by the way, from the NBA. It is our very own J.R. Smith, one of the best videographers in the business. He's down there for Diamond Valley. Vocal cords are all right. This is the halfway mark. Well, not quite at the half-time point of this game it will be, but I think we're holding up for the moment, Paddy. You?
Getting there, getting there. So Kilsyth, the Cobras, taking on Diamond Valley, the Eagles. Yeah, the difference between J.R. Smith is one has 96,000 tattoos and the other, as far as I know, has 0. So not far from a start here. It'll be Lila Jarvis to contend the tip-off up against Vic Lulai. Luluai. Apologies for my pronunciation there. This should be, if anything is to be said about the previous contest, this should be another ripper. The under-12s was game decided by a point. Diamond Valley down the stretch in the under-14s, outpowering Keilor. Let's see what the under-16s have in store for us. The ball's in the air and you're in the capable hands of Dylan Beaumont to start this under-16s grand final.
Immediately tapped out of bounds, so we'll have stoppage. Kilsyth with ball in hand. Jasmine Jones, who does now possess the basketball with 6 3-pointers in the semi-final to get them here. She's averaging 16 per game on the tournament. Finds herself in a sticky situation. Has to kick it out to Hargopi. Now Jones from 3. A little bit long. The rebound was there. And Springett was blocked by Bristow. She's averaging 8.5 points per game. As Luluai kicks it out. They'll reset. Falau with the right hand is fouled. She will head to the line. Averaging 4.67 points per game is Falau. She's only made 2 free throws for the tournament, but this here will give them an early lead in the third game out of 5 for today here at Montmorency Secondary College. No problems on the first for Zodia Falau. 4 points against Melbourne in the semi-final, and she drills both. And in that semi-final, they breezed through it, 51-23, an emphatic 28-point victory to get them where they currently stand in the grand final.
First look at Kilsyth here. Jarvis goes into the corner. Springett's going to try the three. Misses a little bit to the right, but that's an encouraging sign. Kayla Bristow pulls it down and pushes the pace. Gives it to Neve Ryan. Her pass was a little bit long. Opportunity goes begging for now, but it's a chance for Falau to line up a triple. Ladd with the rebound for the Cobras. Jazz Jones, who's been one of the big scorers so far in this competition for Kilsyth, averaging just 16 per game, 96 total. Down low, it's a wrestle. Jasmine Jones was waiting for it, it never got to her. Here come the Eagles, a nice little drop off. Neve Ryan for two. 4-zip, the Eagles lead. We've played 2 minutes of the first half.
Jarvis, drop off to Jones. Leaves it for Agopian, and her pass a little high, but there's a foul against Bristow. Nearly 4-0 lead for Diamond Valley. Kilsyth trying to get the cogs working. Jarvis spins inside, and now with the pivot foot, throws up a wild shot, and she'll head to the free throw line.
So we are seeing this, and as we would expect to do across the games, it's the offensive firepower increasing the more we see it. And this is also the first game we should mention where we're using the full three-point arc, as that first shot is just unlucky to roll out there for Lila Jarvis. So we are seeing some real professional skills and some real offensive craft.
So there, Paddy Grinley, of course, on hands today. 2 free throws missed there, but the offensive rebound acquired. Agopian. Now Jasmine Jones, who takes it with the left, slithers inside, actually went through her teammate's fingertips, out to Springett. Agopian relocates, has to keep her foot down, only 7 to shoot, and the crowd knows that. Wild shot thrown up, and the offensive rebound for Ladd. Can't get it to go. Ryan, averaging 12 in the tournament. A nice Euro step, and the lay-in. 4 early points for her, and a 6-0 lead for Diamond Valley.
Yeah, Neve Ryan, real classy operator. She's had a superb tournament. Consistently scoring double digits. 16 points in last night's qualifying final defeat of South Adelaide, where they ran up the score to 65. Kayla Bristow helping out as well. I want to keep her under lock and key. The number 72 for the Eagles. Kilsyth at the baseline. It'll be Jarvis back to the bucket, spinning, rising up, tough layup, doesn't get the roll. Rebound taken by Ladd, it doesn't spin off the heel as she would have liked. And the Eagles will regain possession. 5 minutes gone. It's been all Diamond Valley to start. They lead 6-zip. Ryan has 4. Falau the first points of the game at the free throw stripe. Neve Ryan jumps across the key. Too easy for Neve Ryan. And she is on. She has 6 of their 8 points. 8 Diamond Valley. Kilsyth yet to score.
In swift fashion as well. 8-0. Jones. There's a deep tray. Bang!
Hey.
That's her 18th triple of the tournament. 6 last game, as we mentioned. Quick down the other end, a little bit short on the floater. Was Caddy, kicks it back out. Top of the key, Falau, inside, and that's a charge. And now Kilsyth looking to gain some impetus.
Yeah, it looked like Hagopian down low. You could really hear the crowd pick up for it, sacrificing the body. Jasmine Jones, when she is hot, there are a few hotter.
8-3, the early lead for Diamond Valley. It's Kilsyth slinging around the top. Springett, Jones. Heads right, that's her preferred side. Pulls back, 4 to shoot. Has to heave up a prayer with the left, and she does. Probably could have shot it with the right, but sometimes when there is pressure, you do some unusual things, Paddy.
It's interesting that of all the shots she's attempted, 36 of them, 17 have been threes this tournament. So you're going to know where to look out for her. That's a well-weighted pass to Folau from Bristow, and it will allow the Eagles to set up their offense. That's a beautiful dish down low. And CJ Caddy, the easiest 2 points that she'll have in this game, you'd imagine, as there's a little bit of overzealousness from Neve Ryan. Commits the foul. 10-3. This is a really solid start here for the Eagles. We've only played the 7 minutes. They have committed the 4 personal fouls, which will come into play down the stretch, you think, and they are pushing 3 into the front court to make things difficult for the Cobras as they come up. Here's Jasmine Jones. Down low to Ladd, who faces up. She's got 2 opponents, back to Jones. Just catch and shoot 3, leaves it short. Folau the rebounds. Even numbers ahead of the basketball. Smooth passing to Ryan, who rolls it in. And that'll be a break for Kilsyth. They trail by 9 points, 12-3. Neve Ryan's been the story. Up to 8 points already. 2 for Folau and CJ Caddy, and Dylan Beaumont 9 will step aside for the moment. So Kilsyth, music pumping here at Montmorency Secondary College. That triple attempt from Hagopian went over the top of the rim. She'll get another opportunity, but fires it over to Jasmine Jones, who's unlucky on the triple, rolls out, and be taken by the Eagles. Folau, Bristow, left corner. Here's Lualai, and rolls it into the foul. Vic Lualai. She's done a super job down low. And she'll have the opportunity to make this a 12-point advantage, Dylan Beaumont. It's been all Diamond Valley to start this. And she's good. 15 plays 3. We're not even halfway through the first half, and Kilsyth need to find something.
Diamond Valley look quick on their feet, and Kilsyth a little sluggish. Their only score from a Jasmine Jones bomb from beyond the arc. 12-point lead, as Paddy Grinley said. So they need to find some offense here that isn't Jasmine Jones. But she will attempt to compose it. Swing into the corner. Hagopian turns it over. Folau the other end. She's got 2 points. She went to pull up, instead sneaks it inside. Oh. Another and one. It is a Diamond Valley procession right now.
The caddy just has found her way. It's the second time where she's got her way under the bucket. This is what we've noticed so far from the Eagles, is that they've got 3 tiers of scoring. They've been able to threaten from the outside. They've got smooth movers down low and plenty of prowess across that mid-range and from the charity strikers. Caddy nails her one opportunity. Back-to-back and once.
Sorry, Paddy. Caddy with 5 points. That's 6 in her last game as well. Kilsyth throw up a wild shot and it's in. And that's Indy Springett.
They'll be quick the other way though, and this is where they need to worry about resetting because Neve Ryan, she's up to 10 points and they've come easily for her at this point. Jones the other way, had it tipped out of her hands. It's an intelligent pass that slipped through the fingers of Trabuco. And now Neve Ryan with 1 to beat. Goes to CJ Caddy, a lovely ball fake, couldn't make the bunny layup. Second chance opportunity from Mercisa. No good. 20 plays 5. We're halfway through this first half. It has been a procession, as you called, Dylan Beaumont. Jasmine Jones trying to do something about that. Her side down 15 points. Looks for Springett, back to the bucket. Doesn't get the roll. Mercisa the rebound. Here comes Folau.
Kilsyth are completely besieged right now. Folau into the corner. Lee! Oh, that would have probably erupted the Diamond Valley section of the crowd. 9 minutes to play in this first half. 20 plays 5. Neve Ryan with 10. CJ Caddy with 5. Victoria Lulau. That's going to rattle us all game, I think, Paddy, with 3. And Folau with 2. Hagopian. Jasmine Jones gets a rock-solid screen from Trabuco. Goes the other way. Ladd didn't pull the trigger. Jones swings it wide. Hagopian for 3. Back iron. Rebound falls down and they're running the break again. Cruising forward is Masika inside. And she's fouled. That'll not be 2 shots. Ball at the baseline with 8.5 to play.
So 15-point deficit. You can rake this back with the shooting that Kilsyth have. They just haven't looked to have any fluidity on their end of the floor, and defensively, it's all been the Eagles. As Folau a leading pass, it was perhaps too leading. Turnover. Here's Springett. We know she can shoot the ball, as can Jasmine Jones. Gets a high screen. Folau on her hip. Jones the floater, a little rough off the backboard. Rebound Eagles, 8 minutes remaining. A long pass. Neve Ryan has found herself on the outlet so many times and she can't fill it up on this occasion. That's tough defence play down low by Springett.
Looks like a freight train just bullying her way through the lane. Couldn't get the finish though. So 15-point lead for now. Taking it up the floor is Indy Springett. 2 points early on. CJ Caddy stands in front of her, but she glides to the rim. Can't get the finish. And it stays with Kilsyth. And we'll have a timeout on the floor called by Kilsyth. A 15-point deficit. It has been all Neve Ryan, CJ Caddy and the Diamond Valley Eagles, and they're led by the one and only J.R. Smith. We'll take some time here. We'll be right back with you. 20-5 with 7:14 to play in the first half. Back with play. Diamond Valley lead Kilsyth 20-5. Neve Ryan, who's averaging 12 a game in the tournament, has 10 early on, struggling to find someone on the inbound for Kilsyth Springett, but she does. It's Jasmine Jones up top. 6 threes in her last game. Beautiful dish inside. No finish for Springett. And they can't save it either. The Eagles will have possession as Mia Ryan checks in alongside Victoria Lulaui. Sodia Folau on the floor as well. It's a wild pass from Lulau. Intended for Ryan. And she couldn't save it. Neve Ryan also on the floor. The Diamond Valley. And for Kilsyth is Jasmine Jones. Off to Tamar Hagopian. Indy Springett on the floor as well. Ruby Ladd's in the corner. Jones, long tray. Not quite. Fight for the rebound. Reeled in by the Eagles. Folau pushing the pace. Just pulls up for the floater. It's easy as you like. 17-point lead. Springett was caught in the jam momentarily. Aggressive defense from Ryan. Jones, the inside pass. Trabuco fell to the floor and turned it over. Downhill. Neve Ryan, quick pass inside, and Annabelle Lee is on the board. Excuse me, it's Ella Masika. For the first time, and now Kilsyth with an easy layup, and they score on the other end. That's Yasmin Trabuco. 24-7 your score, as Paddy Grinley re-enters the box.
I can tell you something, Dylan, as Folau is fouled down low. It is a lot cooler in here than it is outside today. So hopefully if you're watching on at home, you've got the air conditioner on, feet up, icy cold drink of some description, and you're enjoying the hoops here as part of the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament. And at the moment, the story of the day does seem to be Diamond Valley. Already won the under-14s division. Pretty handy style as well. Looks like the under-16s at the moment are going that way too. Folau unable to fill it up. In the first of her two opportunities, an earlier trip to the line, she went 2 for 2. It was at the first points of this game. And it was from pretty much that point onwards that the Eagles have dominated. Folau nails her second. 3 of 4 from the line now for the number 4. Here's Jones. Lost control of the ball. We'll get it back though for the 3 left at short. It will go out of play. In the time that I have been running around outside, Dill, how has this game progressed? What's the rundown in the last minute?
It's some nice movement by Kilsyth. They're still trying to get the feel of their offense, but a lot of their points have come from the fast break. They're settling for the long shots. And for Diamond Valley, they are running the break aggressively. As you see here, the ball movement is outstanding. They're swinging the extra pass, and they find the open wing. Neve Ryan has been able to cut inside. And she travels on that occasion, Paddy.
Always the way when you're gassing someone up, they tend to make a mistake at the inopportune time for those in our profession, but all part of the gig, Dill.
Exactly right.
So 3.5 left, first half. That clock will continue to roll until we hit the last minute. 18-point advantage to Diamond Valley. As I mentioned, it's been their day so far. Here's an opportunity for Kilsyth. Here's Springett, who tried to reach over the top with the layup, and Trabuco unable to pull down the board. Is Kayla Bristow, had a good tournament. Riding shotgun is Sienna Stimson. Waxes with Bristow between the leg dribble, fires it to the corner, triple on the way, it's wide right. Second chance opportunity coming though, as we've expected to see. That's very deep from Stimson, it's off to the left-hand side. They've got another offensive board, third time lucky. Narcissa lays it in, easy as you'd like. Back the other way go Kilsyth. This should be a bunny. Yasmin Trabuco. Bristow. Narcissa and Diamond Valley content really to play the percentages, which works for Ella Narcissa. 4 points in quick succession. Kilsyth will do the exact same thing, throw it the length of the court. They don't get the opportunity, they will get it from the baseline.
That's how they've generated their last 3 scores, Paddy. Fast break. And Springett will come off. Jasmine Dyte in for the first time. And Lila Jarvison as well. Dyte on the inbound, shovels it inside to Trabuco, their leading scorer. Jones dials her up for the screen. couldn't make enough space to pull back for the triple, but instead drives inside and draws the foul.
So 90 seconds left. So go on, Doug.
Issuing some instructions there to her team as well.
Well, she does hold the key a little bit. You see a 20-point advantage at half-time and you're concerned, but Jasmine Jones has been the player throughout this tournament that can light up the box score in just a few mere moments, really. So 96 points in her 6 matches up to this one. They're averaging 16 a game, 17 made threes, 19 made 2. So that indicates the way that she likes to score the basketball. She's unable, though, to fill up from the line. Goes 0 for 2 into the last minute. Bristow with plenty of time. And control the clock too here, the Eagles. Bristow to left wing. That is a bit of a lazy pass in the end. Jones takes it away easy as you like. The layup is left to the right-hand side. They'll get a chance from the baseline. Good defence. The restructure was solid by the Eagles, and they prevent the bunny layup. Kilsyth having to do it from the sideline.
41 seconds left, Paddy. 20-point lead. You just think Kilsyth have to score here.
Left-handed turnaround is not going to be the go, though. They're going to get another shot. It's Marley Ryan down low. Ball is loose. Trabuco wrenches it out of there. 27 seconds, 15 on the shot clock. Here's Jarvis. Right-hand dribble, turns around, faces up. Tangle of arms. Fires it across to Marley Ryan, who just misses to the left-hand side. Offensive rebound, shot clock off. They'll lose the ball, though, Kilsyth. It'll end now with Mia Ryan. Bristow's down low, she's wide open. She'll get it now with 6 seconds. Step back long 2, misses to the left-hand side. Rebounded by Kilsyth, who are happy to finish up the clock. And that is just about a perfect half of basketball for Diamond Valley. They won the under-14s just about a half an hour ago, and they're going about it the right way in the under-16s. 29 plays 9 at halftime, and we'll step aside. Diamond Valley to start us off. Second half basketball, they lead by 9, and it's a triple on the way, and it just rolls out. That was desperately close. Jones for Kilsyth. The Cobras, they're going to need a fair bit to start this second half to get this game moving the way they'd like it to. Here's Jarvis. Picks up her dribble, goes onto the right foot, staggers her way through. She'll get 2 shots. Dylan Beaumont won't go back.
Just wonder if Kilsyth will come out with a different approach. You can already see they're attacking the rim, not settling for those outside shots. And you have to convert your free throws. That's a necessity on offense. Oh, the Jarvis, who's been good with her free throws this tournament. Oh, for 2 hurts.
Yeah, 2 off the heel there. CJ Caddy back the other way, pushing the pace to the left wing. Didn't like the look though, did Bristow in that pass. Not quite what happened there. Lee just seemed to have missed it from Caddy. Turnover it is. So Marley Ryan right beneath us. Swanson gets Jones. Picked up full court by Caleb Bristow. Active hands. Oh, a pass that could be from Jones. That's remarkable to Jarvis. She can't reward her with the assist. Ball out of play.
That might be one of the greatest passes I've seen live. That was absolutely extraordinary.
The read from Jones, who was under pressure the whole time from Bristow, to pick it up on her left hip and rifle it in, weighting it perfectly for Jarvis. Deserved more than it got, but they will get 2 points from this offensive possession. Trabuco, the easiest of 2-point layups for her.
So can they bite back? 18-point margin. Bristow is deflected by Jones, and now she commits her body up the floor. 1-horse race. Jarvis misses the layup, and Dwight can't rebound it. And now they're feeling adventurous on the other end are the Eagles.
What a pass.
Inside pass. Shoveled up. Unkind bounce off the rim. Jump ball. We'll go Kilsyth's way. Trailing by 18.
That from Vic Leilua was not quite as good as Jones, but still rifling that into the pocket.
Yep.
It's been an encouraging offensive performance, probably from both squads. It's just Kilsyth haven't been able to find any rhythm, really. The hope's been Jasmine Jones, but she's been well defended. It's been Kayla Bristow who's had the job for much of this game. Here's Jarvis. Gets all the way inside. That should be 2 points. It is. So they're just starting to move Kilsyth. That's another wonderful pass, though. Ryan can't get the layup to go. And they'll get a second opportunity, though, the Eagles. Neve Ryan, dynamic today, but still, so many of her scoring opportunities have just been from being the first to the other end of the floor.
Yep. So Jasmine Jones will play the full game, it looks like, all 40 minutes. And Diamond Valley, a few substitutions. Caddy to 3. Nice rebound by Trabuco. Pushing the floor again. This is Dites. Has to pull back and terminate the dribble. Oh, serendipity! The pass wasn't meant for Trabuco, but she scored it anyway. She has 8 points. It's down to 14. It's the lowest it's been for quite some time.
An early timeout. We'll step aside for a moment or two. 14-point lead to the Eagles. So 29 playing 15. We thought this was going to go rapidly the Eagles' way after a dominant first half, but the Cobras, it's been encouraging. Been particularly liking Yasmin Trabuco, who's up to 7 points for the day. They found her down low on a number of occasions that she's looked dangerous. CJ Caddy left wing now for the Eagles. They'll fire it over to Bristow. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Caddy gets past her opponent. Right-handed touch, just rolls over the front of the ring. Great possession by Kilsyth, and Dylan Beaumont, their energy is up. You can feel that they're feeling a touch better about themselves than they were in that first half.
You do, and look at this. Trabuco again. Down to 12. And a bit of flair now. Played with the Thunder, or the Eagles rather, probably didn't need to take it all the way. Jones didn't look in the rearview mirror, stripped from behind. The Eagles can probably settle it down. They're still playing fast-paced. Folau. Bristow again. Back up top, and Folau has 10 on the shot clock, but Bristow finds some space. Much needed triple. The first bucket of the game, averaging 8.5 in the tournament. As Ryan sets the screen. Jones up top. Smooth with ball in hand. Again, another audacious pass. Stolen away by the Eagles. Into the corner. Caddy accelerates. Now pulls back. And they will diffuse out to the other elbow three. Into the corner. Bristow. How's her jump shot looking? Not as sweet as the last one. Long rebound out to Caddy, who's closely guarded by Jarvis. Ryan. Folau! Had an arm in the face. It didn't dissuade her from taking the shot, and the lead back up to 18.
3-point shooting's picked up here from the Eagles, and that is, they've arrested away the momentum. After Kilsyth started this second half so promisingly. Need to find another offensive burst. Marley Ryan, left-handed dribble, up and under. She's fouled. This takes the energy and the rhythm out of the joint just a little bit, but the shooting first from Bristow and then secondly from Folau. It's a shot in the arm that the Eagles needed. CJ Caddy's a really handy player. A 3-level scorer, ability from the outside. Able to handle it too. Marley Ryan from the line, off the heel, first time of asking. So 35 plays 17. Ryan splits her shots, and we'll get a sub straight away. Bristow, the ball handling duty. So 13.5 or a tick under that remaining in this game. Folau thought about the triple, goes across to Neve Ryan. That pass is a bit hot. Turnover, taken away by Jones. She'd almost back herself to pull up. Instead it will be a pull-up jumper blocked by Bristow. Ended up with Jarvis. Wasn't pretty, but Jarvis ends up with 2. 35 plays 20, under 13 remaining. Here's Bristow, head fake, finds some room. Neve Ryan will fire it around, a whistle. Is that a travel, Dylan?
Too long in the key.
Too long in the key. It's a good pressure here from Kilsyth.
So Diamond Valley, undefeated, their average winning margin 18.8. Leaded by 15, they were up by 18 a moment ago, even 19 earlier. Just complete dominance in this tournament, rather. But Kilsyth still have a faint pulse. Over 12 minutes to play. Trabuco has 10 of their 20. Jones with 6 to shoot. Pushes it up and in. That's a nice move. And that's what they need from their leader. Jasmine Jones with 5 points. 22 last game. Bristow Folau from deep. Not quite, but the offensive rebound's there and a foul as well. And heading to the line for 2 will be Alamasika, who has 6 points.
So 13-point game. They are making inroads, Kilsyth, but as Masisa puts that first one in, but that first little push that they made was rebuffed instantly by threes from Folau and Bristow.
Masika averaging 4.17 points and now has, she would have had 8, she has 7 now, Paddy.
We'll get another opportunity. Bristow, left-handed, a little bit strong. Jones hasn't had it her own way today. She's had to fight hard for a point so far. Get a screen here from Jarvis. It's a nice screen. Jones gets room to go to that floater that she enjoys employing. Doesn't fill it up. Nice long pass. In fact, that's too long from Folau. It escapes Masisa and goes out of play. 14-point game, just about halfway through this second half. So Kilsyth trying to knock off the Eagles. It's proved to be a difficult task in this division. Diamond Valley going through undefeated through the regular season games, top of the ladder. The Cobras flicking the ball around the arc. Nice little spinning left-handed layup, under pressure though the whole way with Springer. Harmlessly bouncing off the backboard. The Eagles will go to Bristow. That pass is long and out of play.
14 points in it. So far we've seen a 1-point game and an 11-point game, a 1-point game. What a thriller that was between Melbourne and Frankston. Melbourne victorious. Diamond Valley defeating Keilor 41-30 in the last game, and now they lead 36-22 in the under-16s. That's about to extend to 38 if Neve Ryan can finish, and she's been doing that all tournament. Timeout, Kilsyth. Neve Ryan with 12 points. That's how many points she's averaging in the tournament. It's a 16-point lead. We'll take a break.
So 9 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in this one. 16-point leaders Diamond Valley. And just holding that buffer nicely without having to expend too much energy. Cobras, it's a big 5-minute period in this game. If they can close it to within single digits with 5 minutes remaining, you never know. This is a good start. Ladd turning on the spot, maybe travelling, yes. Just a little bit too active down low, perhaps anticipating the defence rather than reacting to it. And the Eagles will get the ball back through Folau.
It was a real whipping action, wasn't it? Turns it over, and Diamond Valley, maybe a 3 here for Neve Ryan, not quite. Average winning margin is over 18 points in this tournament. They lead it by 16. Jones with a long pass. Pagopian inside, nice. She scores her first bucket. She's also been relatively inactive today, considering she averages just over 9 points in the tournament. Only 2 so far. Caddy, stuck amongst a crowd. Gets the inside pass, Ryan swings it back. Caddy, top of the key for Lau with 6 to shoot, but she travelled. So the Kilsyth crowd still holds some belief.
There's a real defensive adjustment here for the Cobras. They're looking to trap off every single pass, which is forcing the Eagles to go quickly. It does mean they'll have an open player, especially around the arc with that 3-point shooting, but it means they have to go quickly. This will tire Kilsyth, but it will result in situations such as that where they can force a turnover. Jones open lane, right-handed layup, leaves it to the right-hand side, and a rebound that is from Ladd. That was crucial, really. She's going to go to the line and get 2 opportunities, and she's also going to give her teammates a rest after this frenetic defensive adjustment that we've seen, Dill.
She'll have 4 points a game for Ruby Ladd. 6 free throws.
To the right-hand side there. I'm really interested to see how this pans out. this intensity they're bringing on the defensive end of the court, because it will force some turnovers, but they are going to bleed a few points and a fair bit of energy, but this won't affect them one bit. Jones goes the length of the court, losing it on the first time of asking, though, was Spring it. The opportunity dissipates. Here come the Eagles.
Eve Ryan, it's good game sense. She knew to pull it back, but now she'll fire the three. Never really looked online. Jasmine Jones, implored to go, and she dishes it inside. It's another wonderful pass. She preempted Lila Jarvis's movement, and Jarvis on the board. She has 6 points. Lead cut to 11. Neve Ryan in the corner. Inside pass. Caddy was open in the corner. Didn't quite see it.
This is a really interesting part of the game. They've got it back to 11. We're now at 6:41. That clock will stop rolling on out-of-bounds situations such as these at the 3-minute mark. How close can they get Kilsyth?
6.5 to play. Folau, outstretched arms to catch that one. Now on the screen. Caddy, another wonderful inside pass. Too much space for Lulawi. She has 5 points. They play the break well, do Kilsyth. Oh, she's met at the rim by Caddy. Caddy, who can do a little bit of everything on the defensive ends. And now a wrestle and rumbling at ground level, a turnover. It's Diamond Valley's ball. It's their game to win.
It's almost a little bit of Nate's Caddy about the way that CJ got up and ensured that her opponent wasn't getting anywhere near the rim. So 13 points, approaching 5 minutes remaining. Still running that trap. Kilsyth, Falau's fumbly because of it. It gets to Ryan. She's got a target down low. Pass is hot. There's that turnover. Hagopian the other way. Holds it herself until the very last moment. Jarvis needs to get rid of it before she fell out of bounds. She did a wonderful job. Jones trailing triple, leaves it right. Rebound Hagopian. Straight away the long two. She misses that as well. Lad up and under and one. Lads up to 3. Opportunity to make it 4. And an opportunity to make it an even 10 points with 5 minutes remaining.
Referee just had to let Diamond Valley know there was only one free throw. They were stuck conversing with each other, of course.
It's a missed free throw though for Ladd, and now the Eagles. What can they make of this offensive opportunity? Falau thought about going herself, loses possession, foul. It's a late whistle. You can hear the cries of derision from the bleachers here at Montmorency. And that will be an inbound. Caddy checking out. Here comes Kayla Bristow.
How about that one, Paddy?
Tough
They've got a
call.
better eye than us. They're closer to the action. Off the inbound, Neve Ryan with 12. A little bit long on her little teardropper. Jones. She's right-handed, but she's so adept with her left hand as well. Went for the step back, the cross-court dish. They need this triple. That's short from Springett. Bristow, 3 points to her name, and it was a triple. Deflected pass on the way through. Falau. Oh, that hurts. That could be the coffin nails. Falau with 11 points. And a 14-point lead has opened up for Diamond Valley. Jones up top. Unsure of what to do with it. Puts the responsibilities in Springett's hands, who has to create. Finds her on the inside, and that's Hagopian now with 4 points. 12-point lead, 3.5 to play.
So Ryan, she'll get doubled straight away. Falau. Bristow's open for 3. This would finish it. Off the heel, Neve Ryan rebounds, retreats immediately behind the 3-point line. Dishes to Falau. Bristow's again open. Falau, that's a beautiful step. The head fake, she fooled her opponent. She's got 13. The leading scorer of this game. Hagopian goes up and under. Her shot harmlessly out of bounds. Searching for the foul, perhaps. 14 points now, the advantage, and Dylan Beaumont, it looks like the Eagles have been challenged by Kilsyth in that little period with 5 or 6 minutes remaining, but they've responded as you'd expect this team to. and they've taken control of this game.
Diamond Valley 2-0 in championship games if this lead holds. Falau, the open lane, and she misses probably her easiest attempt of the game. Has it now inside the key, but a foul was called prior to.
They've got such a wonderful offensive group. Falau, who started this game looking more like the distributor, she's found her shooting stroke. Caddy, we've spoken about. Neve Ryan, she's so quick to either end of the court. Bristow, dangerous from the outside. Nasisa and Leilua down low. It's a situation that happens where just one team is probably just that little bit more classy on the offensive end than the other. As you can hear a pin drop in this stadium.
I played some Jaws music a moment ago, Paddy. Well, Diamond Valley are smelling blood right now. Bristow, not quite. And it's kept in. The pass over the head of Bristow. Or Trabuco travelled. Yes, she did. And it will be the Eagles' ball. 2.5 minutes to play. 45-31 they lead it. And they've had multiple players scoring double figures. Neve Ryan, Zodia Falau. Falau with 13. Neve Ryan with 2. She might get the double screen, Falau. And now she heads inside. 15 points for Zodia Falau. And a 16-point lead. Their largest of the game has been 19.
Well, this is the thing. Their lowest score for this tournament is 39 points against Camberwell. They've only been in the 40s once. 50, 51 and 65, their top range. That's a nice triple from Jones. She has tried her guts out today for Kilsyth. They've enjoyed a superb tournament themselves. A high-scoring team, low score of just 41 points so far this tournament. It looks like there might be a bit of an injury worry there underneath the basket. We'll return to that in a second. Bristow with the basketball. She's got to get rid of this shot. There's 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock and her heave falls short. Kilsyth will take a break. And that sore player is Trabuco, but she's back to her feet and going okay. We will step aside for a minute and return with the final 90 seconds here in the Under-16s final.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game's presentation presentations will be performed on this court after the game, so considering for presentation presentations.
.95 seconds remaining in this one. 13-point lead rather for the Eagles. Jones jacks up a 3, won't go. And Falau looks fairly content to see this one out. Nice crossover. Gets to the top of the key. 8 on the shot clock. An attempted fired pass into the corner is chopped out. So 69 seconds remain. Falau wanted it. It was tapped out of play off the hand of the lads, so we'll do it all again from the baseline. Leah Ryan's in there, so is Annabelle Lee. It's a long pass. Lee's just going to have to jack this up from a few feet behind the three-point arc. No good. Jones pulls down the rebound. Inside the final minute. 47 plays 34. Jarvis tries a triple off the heel and out. Ladd chases down the rebound. The ball is chased down in turn. And it will be Sienna Stipson the length of the floor. 48 plays 34 now. And all that remains, Dylan, are the final strokes to what's been a masterpiece of a tournament for the Eagles.
Sure has been, Paddy. Jarvis, Ryan, Jones is just going to try a late one. Hasn't really found a shot in this game. 2 threes. And the fight for the rebounds. Bit of desperation shown by Marley Ryan, but Mia Ryan prevails the Ryan battle with 22.2 seconds to play. A 15-point lead. And off the inbound, nearly turned over. So do you Folau can just about dribble this one out. Isla Jarvis will closely guard. And a late stroke, not quite, with 4 seconds remaining. But Diamond Valley will go back to back. The under-14s and the under-16s champions will be titled after the Diamond Valley Eagles. Too good, too dominant from pillar to post, 49-34.
Thank you, referees. I would now like to call up the coach for the runners-up team, Kilsyth, to call up the players and receive their medals. Hands together for the Kilsyth coach.
Congratulations on the girls playing us at the game. Your jumps at the start were very intense from start to finish. Well done, girls. Congratulations. The girls obviously we will get and play a rotation. So they're coming up with great girls to the end.
We hands together for the Kilsyth Conference. Don Valley Eagles present their medals to number 16 champions.
Firstly, apologise for my voice because I don't really then. To feel like you guys have been the standard for years now. We knew we were going to have to bring our best today, so great effort across the weekend, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more throughout the year. And to my girls, I am so impressed with your buying all throughout our pre-season and leading into this tournament, and I can't wait to see what the next few months hold for our team. So thank you very much for your hard work so far, and can't wait for the next year. And thank you to our parents and team manager and to James as well, my assistant coach. Nick. Zoe. Mia. Ella. Belle. Sienna. Layla. CJ. Lee. And lucky last, there we go. And James.
Put your hands together for the champions, the Don Valley Eagles. And this year's most determined player, adjudicated by the referees, goes to number 4 of the Don Valley Eagles, Antonio Flyer. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you once again for being a part of the successful 2025 Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament, and wish you good luck for the upcoming seasons on behalf of the Eltham Wildcats. Thank you.
Going knee up. Knee up. Knee up.
So 2 grand finals left. We've got a real treat for you today. It'll be the Melbourne Tigers and the Sandringham Sabres going head-to-head in the under-18s division. And then shortly after that one, we'll move on to the Sabres again and the under-20s taking on the Warwick Senators from WA, our first interstate team that have made it all the way to the grand final for today's Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament grand final day. It's been a pleasure bringing it all to you, and a big thanks to our hard-working production staff who have made sure to get this event up, and also the boys and young men event, which is over in Dandenong today. This should be an interesting game, Dylan Beaumont, and hello again to you, because Melbourne hasn't really had it its own way to come through this tournament. If you look at the ladder after the regular season games, they were 8th. So they've had to do it. We talk about doing it the hard way. There's doing it the hard way, and then there's doing it how Melbourne have done it recently. So they had to take care of business early doors in that qualifying final against Dandenong, who finished first. They won that one by 2 points. It's a remarkable effort. Won their way into a semi-final where they beat Eltham by 4 points. That was a little bit earlier on today in the 11 o'clock game. Now they take on Sandringham, and their road through the finals has been a little bit more straightforward. They took out Surf Coast, the 7th place team, Sandringham finishing second by 24 points in the qualifying final. That was last night at 7 o'clock. And then earlier this morning to win through to the grand final, it was a 27-point win over Nunawading, 62 points to 35 to get their slot here. Looking forward to seeing what we can get out of both teams, and there's one of those recognisable names that leapt off the paper for me was Gabriella Conti, who is the younger sister of Monique Conti, who's a very talented basketballer and footballer in her own right, who's lived down at Geelong after stints with Melbourne and the Southside Flyers in the WNBL. Dylan, your expectations from this game in what's been a pretty wonderful day of basketball so far?
Has been a tremendous day of basketball. It's better being in here than outside. We know we've said that probably 3 to 4 times by now, but the temperature continues to ramp up hour by hour. Hasn't even hit its peak yet. It's 2:47 p.m. I think about 4 p.m. it will be scorching outside. But expectations for this game, you would say Sandringham are the favourites heading in, just with the path that they have taken, whereas Melbourne has been more circuitous. They've had to meander through and weave their way back into contention. Losing their first game was a bit of a shot to the chest, and then winning 5 on the trot. They've had a 1-point win, they've had a 2-point win, a 5-point win, and then their most recent game, a 4-point win. So if they play up to their expectations, I think we will witness a close game. If we're watching as to how Sandringham play, it will be in their hands how they like to control the game at their pace, because the margins of victory for Sandringham started off with 8 and 11. Since then it's been 40, 21, 24 and 28, I believe. So 27, apologies. So if you round out the last 4 games, that's an average winning margin of about 30 odd. So Sandringham, if they played in their hands, they'll be in good shape. But you never know what the Tigers can throw at them from 8th into the final. You love an underdog story.
That we do, and the Tigers already having a pretty good day, deal with their result in the under-12s this morning, winning that one by a point that went right down to the wire. We're just about to get started. It looks like it's going to be Madison Ryan contesting it for the Sabres, and Chloe Murray's contesting the jump ball for the Melbourne Tigers. 2 20-minute halves upcoming. Looking forward to bringing it to you live and free, streaming on YouTube. Hopefully you've found your way out of the heat today that we've been mentioning. Got this game and then the under-20s to finish. You'll be able to watch the replays, I'm sure, of the 12s, 14s and 16s at your leisure once those are finished processing. And congratulations to everyone involved in the tournament who has played some part today. Players, coaches, attendees, all the media that we've got at these games. It's been wonderful to see junior community basketball so well attended. Dill?
Sure have, and public holiday, but it feels like, I don't know about yourself, Paddy, but for myself, the end of January, the public holiday, after that public holiday, feels like the year's business begins. From February onwards, not quite February, but after that, weekend, that long weekend, that's where all the business begins. The business remains now for Melbourne and Sandringham. Paddy Greenlay touches on Melbourne winning the first game of the afternoon. Let's see how they go.
So the Tigers first with it. Eliadis drops it off to Maganini. And Murray's playing a long way from home. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Seas all the way inside, up and under right-handed layup. She's fouled. It was Maddie Angus getting her on the way up as she tried to scoop that one home. Shot drifted away off the backboard, but she'll get 2 opportunities from the line.
Good agility on defence by Madeline Angus, but that's such the tough thing about defence. You have to hold them for all 24. She held her for most of it, unfortunately. And she was caught napping for one moment, able to capitalise as Laura Seas, their leading scorer.
So Seas gets us underway, first point of the game, and she splits that free throw set. Quickly the Sabres to the under end of the court. They catch Melbourne napping. Capitanis drops in the first points for the Sabres. 2 players, 1 minute of basketball played the first half.
Seas, top of the key, gets the screen and then pulls back for 3. Too strong. Rebound by the leading scorer for the Sabres, Capitanis. Capitanis slinging it around. Now Madison Ryan. Off to Wickstrom. On the left, strong take. Real pace by the Sabres early on. Now Eliadis. Laura Seas wants to control the tempo. And Kelly nearly threw it away. Angus was ominous. Moraes. Now a deep 3 for Magnanini. Up in the air, back down, no over the back foul call, so it stays alive with Moraes. And she turns it over, a foul subsequently called. Well done by Madison Ryan to draw that foul for Sandringham, and Madison Ryan averaging 10.4 points per game and Capitanis 7.83. So Ryan's actually their leading scorer for this tournament. She's hit 3 threes as well, playing that stretch role, the stretch 5, the ability to score inside and outside. She'll post up here, top of the key, goes back to retrieve it. Open Wickstrom, she scored with the left a moment ago. Capitanis, the pirouette into the paint, it was nifty, unfortunately couldn't finish. Does well to track it down. Angus, the crossover left. Seas was there, Capitanis the deep 3. And a long rebound to Ali Fielding. And Eliadis can take it up court.
So neither of these squads big on 3-point shooting, so expect to see a lot of this kind of play, down low stuff as Moraes is fouled. 4 points, the Sabres, just the 1, the Tigers to start us off. Full complement of shot clock and the white 3-point line being used for these last 2 matches. That's a nice little play to try and find some room on the inside there for Seas. She is the one for the Tigers who can look to score from beyond the 3-point arc. Pretty much a fresh shot clock here for the Tigers to play with. Back and forth and up and under, that's good play. Maganini gets herself going. First field goal of the game for the Tigers. Here come the Sabres, what can they make of it? That's an open lane, but a muffed layup by Capitanis, who can't double down on the dose. Eliadis rather, the other way. Drops it off to Fielding, has Moraes down low, muscles her way to the inside, drops in 2 points of her own. There's a clear focus for the Tigers. They want to hit the Sabres down low.
Definitely do, Paddy. Wickstrom on the inside cut, Capitanis into the corner, Carr. No good on the 3. Moraes. Off to Eliadis. Laura Seas, who's hit 8 triples this tournament, leading her side. Fielding, averaging just over 4 a game. The deep 3 there by Seas won't go. Angus, full head of steam, has it tapped away. Will remain with the Sabres for now. 15 minutes to play and change. They lead it by a solitary point. 19 to shoot on the clock. Carr Missed a three a moment ago. A wide open Wickstrom, didn't take it. Angus instead will fire. Not quite. Ryan foul, steps through and finishes with contact.
Yeah, just had her arms high. Just looks to have put Marias with the elbow as she went through, unintentionally of course. And she's worried about a bleed in her nose, but looks to be okay, just making her way back down the bench to settle herself.
18 points against Surf Coast, and then they played them in the final. She had 11 in the next game. 7 in their previous game against Nunawading. She's already got 3. Able to finish off that 3-point play to give the Sabres a 2-point lead.
So here's Conti, first look at her. Right hand dribble, dropped it off to the right wing. Nothing going there though for the Tigers. Back to the bucket, here's Magnanini. So good inside play. The Sabres wanting to push the pace and find Carr for the triple. Instant response. Madison Carr's got range, not afraid to use it. Under 14 minutes left in the first half.
Nice cut.
That's a beautiful pass to Conti. Their layup a little bit strong. The Sabres will regain possession. They lead it by 3. Ryan has the corner. There's a foul and a charge called. Dropped the shoulder into Ellie Fielding. And the Tigers will get the ball back. So a well-balanced start to this game, too.
Very much so. 10-7. Sabres were down early. Now they're picking up where they left off in that semi-final against Nunawading. 62-35, the final score in that game. Capitanis with 2, Wickstrom with 2, Carr and Ryan with 3 for Sandringham. Magnanini with 4 for the Tigers. And Ali Fielding currently labouring the ball, takes it inside. That's a lovely step, but she can't quite make it. Capitanis off to Wickstrom. Wickstrom takes on Magnanini, and then gets caught, pivots, finishes, and the foul.
That's a super bit of play. Just the body control to be able to step through and the foot control. I thought the whistle was maybe for a travel, but she was in such good nick, turning through contact.
Really well polished there on the finishing side of things. And finishes off her work as well. 6-point lead for the Sabres.
A nice mix of offensive prowess for both squads, but the Sabres have been deft on the inside. Conti a long way from that 3-point arc. She's been picked up by Bench. Back to the bucket now with Magnanini. Fires it back to Gabriella Conti, loses her footing. Look to have done the splits. That will give the Sabres the easiest of layups the other way. Conti's back to her feet and is okay. Bench drops in the 2, although Conti has got a limp up now. She is straight to the bench. Yeah, it looks really awkward there. It was just as she went to place that foot. Yeah, the groin.
Sorry.
We worry for it, but the Sabres lead 15-7, 8-point advantage halfway through this first half.
Yeah, never a nice injury, those groin injuries. Madison Ryan with the steal on the fast break, and their lead is up to 10. And that is going to result in a Tigers timeout. So Conti will be treated on the bench, and the Tigers will talk it over. They started well, now find themselves in a 10-point hole.
This is now the issue because Conti appeared to be maybe like an overstretch of the groin or hamstring, but they also had Marias go off with that blow to the face, and she's still got a towel wrapped around her nose. She looks to have got a decent amount of tissue paper perhaps clogged up there as well. So they're 2 down already. If both of those injuries are game-ending, you'd hope not, or at least half-ending, and they've already got that 10-point deficit to try and make back. So plenty for the Tigers to talk over. Plenty of basketball today. We've had the 12s, the 14s, the 16s. It was the Melbourne Tigers winning the 12s over Frankston. It was a Diamond Valley double for the 14s and 16s division. That 16s team performance was just remarkable. They were such a strong unit. They look like that's a squad worth keeping your eye on across the 2025 seasons because they run really deep. They've got offensive ability at all 3 levels of scoring. They're well coached by our man J.R. Smith. But the Tigers out for the second premiership of the day for the girls. Sandringham hoping to win its first with the 20 still to come later on in the proceedings. We're back moving again. Eliadis has the ball. She is being hounded by Bench. Gets a screen. Taulangi bought her some time and now she'll get it in the low post. We've got the mismatch on Bench. The open triple was available momentarily to Fielding. She goes herself to the left. All the way to the inside, rolls in the layup. 17 plays 9, 8-point advantage, Sabres.
So Georgia Bench scored the layup before on the pick and roll. And no finish for Ballarin, who checks in for the first time. Eliadis. And guarded by Capitanis. Looked pretty unflustered going into the paint, but then after that, the pass turned over, brought right back by Fielding. Thrown up by Taulangi. And Bench. The other way, a 1-on-3. Oh, a bit of a hop step manoeuvre. Looked a little awkward and probably threw her out of rhythm. Sees just the 1 point, 10 minutes into this opening half. Now guiding her way into the paint, the little floater was vacant. And Magnanini with 6 points out of their 11. Wickstrom's been crafty early, she has 5. Takes on the defender, stops, props, missed the layup, offensive rebound, kick back out, top of the key, Bench, goes to the floater, can't get it to fall, and rebound for the Tigers, they're away.
So Eliadis pushing the pace, her right shoulder strap, drops it off. Magnanini's look good, that's a bit of a wild shot. Sabres come away with it. Bench is running shotgun for Ryan, who just put her head down. End to end, drops in another 2. She's up to 7. 19 plays 11.
Actually, other champions in the box, Paddy.
Here's Seas, nice work to get around the right-handed floater, dribbles in. Premiership winning calibre coaching in the box at the moment. J.R. Smith up with us at the moment that's a nice little move. Wickstrom stuck with it. Drew the foul, dropped in the layup, and the Sabres, this has been professional. They lead at 21-13. They can make it 22. When Wickstrom goes to the line, she's 1 of 1 already. So 8.5 remaining in the first half. And trouble for the Tigers bench, as we mentioned earlier with Conti Saw. She's back out there, which is great to see. Wickstrom's shot is off from the free throw line. Here is Conti back into the game. Sears comes up. Bench is all over Conti like a $2 suit. Eliadis now with it, right corner, Taulangi low post, back to the bucket, turns around off the left foot. Nice craft, drops it in for 2, opens her account for the day. Tigers 15, Sabres 21, Bench, right hand dribble, nice pass, beautiful drop off, deserved the assist, couldn't get it. Ibbott will fight over the ball with Magnanini. And it will result in an inbound from the baseline for Sandringham. What did the great man have to say there, Dill?
He's very proud of his group, I think, and he said it's been a long weekend. It's worth it now with the medal around the neck.
It's hard enough to put together a broadcast. Imagine trying to coach a team as well.
Exactly right.
His bench, that pass is wild. Well done though to keep it in play. The Sabres, Wickstrom that was. Nice spin inside, right-handed layup. There was a touch on the hand of Angus. So she'll go to the line as well. Sandy 2 of 3 from their charity stripe opportunities. The Tigers 1 of 2. Leading scorers so far. Wickstrom is 7. Magnanini 6. So Angus no good on the first.
I've seen quite a few missed free throws today, and you know how badly that can bite you towards the end of games. It's always a stat that people may forget, but free throws, they're critical.
Practice your free throws, kids. 0 of 2 on that opportunity for Madeline Angus. So she hasn't bothered the scorers yet. Eliadis, she's another one who I'm watching closely. She's got that right shoulder strapped and has looked a little bit uncomfortable at times. So there's a couple out there for the Tigers that are sore. Sears turns around, right-handed, tough layup. I reckon Angus got a chunk of that. It ends up with Conti, through in the shot clock. Taolangi's got to put this up. It was tipped out of her grasp. The Sabres will go on with it. Running shotgun for bench there was Angus. She couldn't hold on to the pass. So the Tigers get away with one there.
Yeah, they're doing a good job at the moment, the Tigers, just to suppress the offense of the Sabres. Early on, they were flooding forward in numbers. We're Sandringham. The Tigers have recognised that, getting that extra number back on the break. So they have to settle into their offense, and a lot of their points have come from that fast break. Similar for the Tigers now, they're getting into their rhythm as well. Conti at the top of the key, looks to be okay. She'll step back for 3. That would have been a statement after going off with what looked like a bit of a groin issue, and bench fouled on the other end.
Yeah, that wasn't far away there for Gab Conti, so she should look to try and return to that. And when you consider that she's taken the step back as a way of getting that shot off, you'd love to see her when she's got some room. Doesn't have to worry about moving too much. The Sabres under 5 minutes now remaining in the half, 21 plays 15. That's a nice little in and out move. Carr got all the way inside, a shot off the heel. Conti's in open space here. Eliadis will be with her. Conti drops it off. Eliadis stops, props, drops it in for 2. Number 43 is into the scorer's book, 4-point lead to the Sabres.
So bench, top of the key, trying to carve out some space. Angus, threw it away. Tigers ball it will be indeed, as you heard over the announcement and the airwaves. 21-17 substitutions to come on here. Bench will have a rest, as will Ibbott. No, Wickstrom will. And Ryan to come on alongside Capitanis.
Interesting stat, Dill, that Sandringham over the course of this tournament before this game had only made 13 three-pointers. Melbourne have only made 10, and 8 of those have come from Sears, so you know which way this game's going to go.
So the deep pass inside, and then brought back out. They'll swirl it around the top of the key. Magnanini was completely stripped of it. Madison Ryan, a forceful power in the pass over to Capitanis. And she scores 4 points from Melina Capitanis. Finding her groove. Trailing by 6 now, the Tigers.
Eliadis had a screen available to her, uses Conti now. The left side of the court completely open for Gabby to work into. She does now, steps back, picks up her dribble. Taolangi low post, turns around, fronts up. That is a remarkable layup. If it goes, it gets nothing but air. And Ryan or Angus is running the floor so well. Capitanis gets another bunny. She works hard, she's in the right spot at the right time. 6 points for her on the game. 8-point lead now, the Sabres. Manganini has to pick up her dribble, needs to get out of the key, doesn't. It's a violation. Dirty few possessions for the Tigers. 25 plays 18, a bit of a substitution for the Sabres with 2.5 remaining in the half.
Yeah, nice face-to-face coverage.
It's good to see Murray's back out there after that blow to the face earlier.
No tissues, no strapping or anything. Very good to see. Angus around the top of the key. There is Moraes. Couldn't digest the pass. Good Madison Carr. Hit a 3 earlier. Would have lined up a chance for a second, but missed actually taking possession of the ball. So, Gab Conti. 2 minutes to play in this first half. They trail it by 8. Conti races away. Nearly a double dribble. Instead, she had to pick it up. Sees. Unfortunately, missed the three. And Madison Ryan collects the rebound and goes. And now she'll fire away. Couldn't quite cash it in. Capitanis. Ryan might reload. No, she won't. She'll flick it up. Capitanis from top of the key. Cashing in on a public holiday. 11-point lead. And the Sabres chasing away now. Lead up to 11. Eliadis has to retreat. Sees, same spot a moment ago. Same result. Angus up the floor. Across the timeline. Montmorency Secondary College is witnessing a Sandringham superb display right now. Capitanis in the corner. Didn't want to go for a second successive three. Instead, takes it in herself in the end one. 14-point lead for the Sabres if she converts the free throw.
That was superb from Capitanis. I thought Gab Conti was the help defender, just came in. He was able to close out in the three, but she's got an ability to drive to the inside too, and she's strong, Capitanis. That was just put Conti on her shoulder, was able to force the contact and stick with the shot. That's a coach's dream because she fills it up for the and one opportunity too. 1 of 1 she is from the line, up to 12 on the day.
And makes the free throw, 17 in their semi-final.
There you go. 31 plays 17. Fielding in trouble at the baseline. 45 seconds remaining in the half. That's a wild pass. Be tracked down though by the Tigers with 9 on the shot clock. This is, gets inside. She's met solidly. Out of control, threw it away. That'll be another 2 points for the Sabres for Carr, plus the half. This is a clinic. Carr up to 5, an opportunity to make it 6. And that will be a timeout as well with 28 seconds remaining, because just like that, it's happened so quickly, they've leapt out to a 16-point lead, the Sabres do.
See why they've made it through, can't you? In convincing fashion too, as we said, the last 4 games, victories of 20 plus in all of them. And when you have Capitanis, you've got Madison Ryan who can run the break, Madison Carr, a threat from the outside, and Ella Wickstrom, who has great dexterity with either hand. They've been the 4 main scorers in this game, and a lead of 16 points.
It's a good opportunity now with the timeout to just take a look at their points across. Angus leads for the tournament for Sandringham. She leads them all prior to this game with 66 points, which is good for 11 a game. But what I like is a spread between the players who've scored 20 to 32 points. So Wickstrom 32, bench 29. Ballarin, who we haven't seen so far, with the 27 points, Carr with 21. That's a really lovely mix of players dropping in that sort of like average 5 a game for, 40 minutes of basketball, which is certainly handy, but they have all these different options to use. So it's just been a really impressive performance on a number of levels, and I'm loving really what is being offered here, particularly by Capitanis, who's just been sensational to start. So Carr, one opportunity to make it a 17-point advantage, and does so. Up to 6. 26 seconds remain, which means a 3-second gap between shot and game clock. The Sabres should get another say. Sayers down low, fires into the corner. Did she step out of bounds? She did. So 13 seconds, Dylan, for the Sabres to make another lasting impact in what's been a perfect first half for them.
Counting down to 7, Angus turns it over, 5 seconds to go end to end, and Fielding is aware, 2 seconds, puts it up and draws the foul. And now they'll have to run the clock all the way back down to 0, Paddy. And we thought they were unsuccessful in their first attempt. Or will they just go to their huddles? No, they'll go to their huddles. Probably the safe play. Ali Fielding, 2 points today so far. Makes the first, averaging 4.33 in the tournament. More of an inside threat, has hit the 1-3, but 9 2-point field goals and 6 free throws, and now 7. 2 free throws to end the half. It's a 15-point lead for Sandringham, 34-19. And on the other side of this break, it will be the second half to see if the Sabres can wrap up a title in the under-18s.
So 1.5 left here in the under-18s grand final, and it's been Sandringham from the jump. So more dynamic of the two teams up against the Melbourne Tigers. They lead 34-19. They're not without shouting distance rather, because the Tigers team has shown an ability to score quickly. Magnanini's been one of those options. Fielding's done really well to get out of that mess underneath the hoop. Her shot is out of control and wide. Capitanis, who's been impressive. She's going to get an opportunity from outside the arc. Oh, she's a little bit long off the heel. Flying in for the rebound there. Looked like that was Madeline Eliadis rather. And she will end up with the ball here. So it'll be taken from the sideline. Gives it off to Gabby Conti. Watched on by her sister, Mon in the stands. Both wearing number 4 for the Tigers. A nice bit of synergy across two different sports. Magnanini fires it around the top of the key. Eliadis now with it. Conti outside the arc, crosses over, favouring that left-hand side. Shoots it almost behind her head. Underneath the rim, doesn't get near it. Capitanis the other way. Just sort of steps on her dribble, now picks it up. Wants it back here on the right wing, won't get it. That might be a foul as a 3 is swished by Madison Ryan that won't count. So they'll get it from the baseline here, Dylan Beaumont. I'll tell you what, Maddie Ryan's shooting stroke is gorgeous to watch. That is repeatable.
Yep.
And it's been dangerous in this tournament so far.
Sure has. And would have had her first if not for the foul there. Pinballing around at the top of the key. Wickstrom, bench. Capitanis, back to bench, fakes it. This time Capitanis will fire. Bottom! Melina Capitanis into double figures. She has 12. Leads up to 18 points with 18 to play. Conti will expedite movement onto the outer side. She might just fire at the top of the key. Can she get one back? Not quite. And Ryan, look at this. One horse race to the cup. Oh, everything was brilliant but the finish. Now it's the Tigers' turn. Who has stamina? Up for the layup. Eliadis did everything but close the deal. And we'll have a jump ball. It will go the way of Sandringham with 17 and some to play.
So the advantage is 18 points to the Sabres. 3 minutes down. Sears is going to sit as will Moraes. So it's a pretty small lineup that is now going to operate around Taulangi for the Tigers. Here comes bench. Papatanis, 2 threes on the game already. Ronson gets Ryan, bench for 3, misses to the left-hand side. Probably forced that just a little bit,
Yeah.
you'd say, Georgia bench. Didn't have to look for that shot so early in the clock. 18 points to the good go. Gabby Conti. Here's Harper Kelly. Haven't seen much of her today. Magnanini inside. Gets all the way to the rim. Right-handed layup too strong. Off the backboard. Taken by Ryan. She's quick, Maddie Ryan. Like a flash into the front court. Gets to the paint. Will get the pass back. Fires it across to Wickstrom. Falling to the deck. Drops the pass off as she did so. But Ballarin was met solidly at the top. And that will be a jump ball that will go the way of the Tigers as Wickstrom flailed for that basketball on the hardwood.
16 to play. And Gab Conti, who's scoreless in this one. Magnanini has ball, but a turnover was called. What was called there, Paddy? I didn't see.
I'm not quite sure.
Well, regardless of, it will be the Sabres ball now. Georgia bench to dribble it past half court with Capitanis, Angus, and the kick out to Wickstrom. Hasn't shot too many threes. Angus gliding in for the rebound, but she double dribbled and turns it over. So an 18-point margin. For Sandringham, they've bypassed 40 in all but one of their games. Yes, Nunawading scored 39. Seas hasn't really made an impact in this one thus far. Conti, Kelly, slipped through her fingertips. And she'll try to rectify the situation. Fielding up top, Seas again, hand in the face, doesn't matter. Laura Seas has been their best shooter all tournament. And if she can continue to knock that down, they might just be in it. 14.5 to play, bench, turned over, active hands on the defensive side by Seas, but she couldn't take it wholeheartedly. And it will be inbounded by the Sabres with 14 to play.
Well, she's the one, isn't she, that looks like a little bit like the earlier games that we saw today, Jasmine Jones for Kilsyth. She looks like the player that, for the team that's trailing, has the most chance of getting that lead down to single digits quickly. So a little bit of a break as the referees talk it over. Nothing too strenuous as far as that conversation went. And in a few moments' time, Ella Wickstrom should be receiving the ball to inbound it from the sideline. Now there's a conversation going on between the coach of Melbourne and the referee and the official. Not quite sure what's going on there between the officials and
Just a clock
perhaps
error,
the
I
Melbourne
think.
bench.
Paddy?
Oh, it was a clock error?
Yeah.
There we go. We were 13.5 a few moments ago. We're now back to 14. All's well that ends well. Wickstrom to bench, and she's at the top of the key. Wickstrom's into the left corner. It'll be stripped though away from Angus. It never got to her. Fielding to Conti. Left-handed layup stuck with it. Drops it in for 2. Back to 13 points. Melbourne lifting the pressure. Angus. Open Wickstrom. 3-ball. Yes! And that takes some energy out of the Tigers as Conti brings it back up.
Sure does. Gab Conti circling around the top of the key. Kelly did well to find some space. There was a chink in the Sabres' armour and she found it, drove straight through it. That's Harper Kelly's first score of the game. Errors have been few and far in between. A couple turning up late as Bench nails the 3. It has nearly been a flawless performance by Sandringham. And they lead at 43-26. And Georgia Bench with her 4th three-pointer of the tournament. Conti, she's being hassled. Might have picked up a pivot foot, but it went unnoticed. Out for 3. And Laura sees. Now with 9 points. Couple of trays to go along with it. 12.5 to play. Angus working the baseline. The pass undercut. Conti with the long heave and sees the other way. Lead back to 12. Timeout, Sabres.
Nice little movement this from the Melbourne Tigers. They're back to 12 points. There's 12 minutes remaining. It's certainly a gettable margin. That lead was looking like it was fairly constant around the 15 to 19 mark, but they're making their slow way back. Mid 5 minutes here. Sabres in possession. Wickstrom right wing gets a nice screen, fires it around to Bench. He's going to cut through the defenders. Pass a little bit hot for Carr, who couldn't have the catch and shoot opportunity. Angus does though, but she leaves a shot left with 4 on the shot clock. They'll get a fresh 24 with that at rebound. Oh, Wickstrom, she was confused to which of her Sabres teammates she was passing it to. Now Conti pull up 2 early in the clock. Leaves it right. Angus the other way. Open is Bench. Faces up. Wickstrom has about a metre. Dances through. Drops it off. Ryan fouled. Angus rather. Strong on the layup, but she'll get an opportunity at the free throw line. She has been there earlier today. 0 of 2 on that visit.
Just a good read by Wickstrom there. Delicate pass. In and out in the first. Delicate pass to cut up that inside zone that they're playing at the moment, the Tigers. Looked like a 2-1-2, I could be mistaken.
No luck. Angus now zip for 4. Approaching halfway done in this second half. Sees to Kelly, wants fielding, goes herself, drops the left shoulder. Sees is open, triple on the way, just a little bit long. Taulangi the rebound, steps back, awkward looking jumper, no good. Now the Sabres through Bench.
To Angus in the corner with the extra quick step. They swing it around, Bench, floater. Not quite, the rebounder was there. Could have been a foul for Dakota Ibbott, not called. Her and Lily Ballarin and Madeline Angus, only scoreless players for the Sabres. Taulangi in the paint. The nice drop-off pass for Fielding. It's a jump ball, and it will go the way of Sandringham. So the confrontation in the paint, which usually goes whistled, but on this occasion doesn't, and it's the Sabres ball.
Big little period now because Capitanis with 15 points, 2 threes, and Ryan with 7 points back into the game, so they'll look to get involved.
Wickstrom as well, one of those players who's been a factor in this lead. The cut inside, not quite. Ryan back up and in. 9 points for Madison Ryan. Lead up to 14 again with 9.5 to play. This is the under 18s grand final. Magnanini off to Taulangi, playing that post roll again, scoops it up. Too heavy on the layup. A long outlet pass. Madison Ryan won't stop running. She could run a marathon after this game at this rate. 16-point lead. Timeout the Tigers. They have been pushed onto the back foot again.
So 9 minutes remaining. We were thinking for a little while there, Dill, that the Tigers were pushing things into a more comfortable territory for them with this game going towards its finish. Not only has that halftime lead of 15 points been re-established, it's now been exceeded at 16 points the advantage for the Sabres.
That's what good sides do, Paddy. No one's infallible. There'll be some mistakes, but when they need to, they'll pick it right back up where they left off.
Eliadis across the lane, throws up a tough right-handed floater. With contact, 2 points, she's up to 4. Capitanis, so impressive today, wants a shooter. Carr, across to Ryan. To get it back, Carr, 10 on the shot clock. Nice little dodge inside by Angus. The 2-point shot is long, gets her own rebound and drops that one in. She opens her account. It's been a tough day on the shooting front for Maddie Angus, but she's in the book now. Here's Eliadis into the free throw line. Conti now with it beneath us. Right wing, steps across. Triple on the way, rolls in and out. Capitana, she's got 2 made triples of her own. Angus with it. Nice little touch pass. Ryan wants it back, underhands it into Angus, and she's travelled. So now within 8 minutes remaining, still that 16-point lead established, and something's going to have to be done about that in the next 5 minutes or so. Eliadis crosses halfway. Moraes there for the screen. Picks up a dribble at Eliadis. And that pass was intended for Moraes down low by Magnanini, and it skips away from her and out of play.
Comfortable buffer for the moment for the Sabres, 7.5 to play. Paddy Grinley's favourite tunes on in the background. Into the corner, Madison Ryan. That's a long pass, but perfect on the cut was Carr. Came up short. Capitanis. Surely not! Will she ever stop, Paddy? Doesn't seem like it for now. Another 3-pointer. 18 for Melina Capitanis. She's averaged just under 8 on the tournament, and in the biggest stage, leading her side from the forefront. Eliadis missed Caesar's cut. And Moraes, bit of miscommunication there, potentially with Magnanini, and a turnover spoilt away. It's
been super, hasn't it, from Capitana? She made 4 threes in the game against Nunawading. So she's in hot shooting form today because that was earlier on. She's now up to 3 for this game and has not looked like missing.
Ryan on the baseline cut, fires it out, Carr for 3. This is the largest lead we have seen today in any game. 22 points and Madison Carr with 9 points. Gab Conti, Magnanini, just trying to look at some consolation points here potentially. Magnanini travelled. And it's looking somewhat dire for the Melbourne Tigers right now. The Sabres are trotting all over them right now. Wickstrom inside, Ryan couldn't finish. And a fast break opportunity begins.
So Fielding crosses over 2 to B, did pretty well on the end, just a little bit strong on that layup. She hits the deck, jump ball to Cool. The Tigers will get another go at it as Bench comes back into the game. So you think that would just be about it for the Sabres. It's been a really impressive performance, and when they've needed to up the pace and start shooting, they have, and they've done it with aplomb today. Conti across the lane, finds some space up and under the bucket, the hoop and the harm. She's had to fight pretty hard today, Gab Conti. It's not really gone the way of the Melbourne guards. And the fast break, the Sabres, the likes of especially Ryan, she's been superb. First to the other end as Conti makes good on the and 1 attempts. She's 1 of 1 at her only visit for the day. Up to 5 points. 55 plays 36, 4.5 remaining. Capitana's top of the key.
Bench kicks it out. Ryan, a deep 3, won't drop. Ballarin, getting some late minutes here. Off to Capitanis with the swivel. Ryan, acrobatics on show, but the finish didn't live up to the hype. Conti, the long pass. Sibling for the 3, fake and fire, but a travel is called. Feet left the ground temporarily for Ellie Fielding. 3 minutes and 45 seconds now to play, and a 19-point lead for the Sabres. Should be a simple task for me, you'd think, Paddy.
You would think so. So 1 to come as far as today's competition goes. It's the centrepiece really of the action. That's the under-20s final. It's the Sabres again, their under-20s team taking on the Warwick Senators from WA, our first interstate team. Of course, with a few of those competing as part of the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament. There's New Zealand teams around the place as well as Capitanis continues on her merry way. That's 4 made triples and 21 points in the book for Melina Capitanis. What a day it's been. Fielding has Capitanis on her hip. The shot is deflected out of play. 3 minutes remaining, 58 plays 36. And it's now an opportunity to look across Sandringham's scores throughout this competition, and they are now beyond, or just short of 1 score as far as this tournament is concerned. 67 they scored against Armstrong, another WA team. They're going to run that up today. They get the ball back at their end of the court, and it's another made layup. Up to 60, 24-point leaders over the Tigers.
Conti up top. 2.5 minutes until the Sabres will be crowned champions. Deep 3 from Seas won't go. Rebounds, Ballarin. Off to Angus, and the Sabres won't stop running. Could have exercised any option there. Angus took it herself, came up short. Seas with 11 points. Lost it. Got it back out to Aliadis, and she's fouled shooting a 3. It's a very, very seldom call. Don't see it very often. With just over 2 minutes to play, Madeline Aliadis with a chance to score up to 7 points. She's got 4 so far. Make that 5. Giannis averaging 7 points per game across all of these tournament games where they've played up to 6. Lovely stroke at the free throw line. This is free throw 18 if she does make it for the tournament. She swishes all 3. 21-point lead. Just over 2 minutes to play for the Sabres. Hardcore defense from the Tigers to come. Bit of interference there. They're still able to get inside the paint and attack. Kicked out by Ibbotts. Deep 3 by Bench. Doesn't go. And they'll stop the fast break. Fielding. She's scored 4 today. Ends the life of the dribble there. Conti pulls back. Contested 2. Comes up short. A fight for the rebound, and Angus will come out with it. 1 minute 35, and then Bench emerges from the shadows. Can't score. Angus there, went back up, foul, and 2 shots to come.
Well, that's one place where Melbourne have been good is the line today. There's only 1 missed free throw that I can spot. They just haven't got there frequently enough because the Sandringham defence has been super. 7 made 3s today for the Sabres. Angus, her first made free throw. This is her 5th attempt.
Yeah, averaged 11 over the tournament.
1 of 6 today for Angus. 3 points to show for her efforts, but she's been super. Conti to fielding. 1 minute and 20 left. Magnanini has an open triple, lets it loose and just misses narrowly to the left-hand side. Chased down by Kelly. Fresh 24, fielding, nice little step. Taulangi leaping on that rebound. It will go the way of the Sabres with 1 minute and 6 to play. So last few possessions, 22-point lead going the way of the Sabres. Bench is fouled by Conti. This is such an impressive performance. It's really been the 16s and the 18s today. We saw close games in the 12s and 14s. These 2, it's just been an exhibition of basketball as Conti gets a steal and takes it all the way for 2. She's up to 7 on the day. Melbourne get past the 40 mark. But the Sabres in the 18s and the Eagles in the 16s, so dominant. And it's a deserving championship as Magnanini, it's her turn to get to the other end unopposed and run up the score a little bit for the Tigers. She now only trails C's for most points scored for her squad today with 8. And a foul on Carr. So 25.7 left, a minimal gap between shot and game clock. Straight after this, stick with us because we've got the last of our grand finals today. And it's a biggie. Sandringham, the 20s are back and they're taking on the Warwick Senators all the way from Western Australia. We appreciate them making the trip out. Fielding busy hands. Angus retains possession. Bench waiting for it with 7 on the clock. Angus will just jack this up, why not? Leaves it short. Bench quickly inside to Ibbott, who adds to her 2 points. She'll finish with 4. And the Sabres slay the Tigers. A 20-point win in the under-18s girls grand final. They were superb. Not quite wire to wire, but too big and too strong. Too many scoring options. Capitanis, 4 3-pointers made as part of her 21. Wickstrom and Ryan in the double digits, while it was really Sears and then everyone else. She had 2 3-pointers made for the Tigers. Magnanini next best with 8. Congratulations to Sandringham for their first grand final win of the day. They'll be hoping to follow it up in the second when they're under 20s. Take the court in just a few minutes' time to take on the Warwick Senators.
Before we award any medals, let's first recognise the people behind the scenes, including coaches, team managers, and of course the parents and families that have been your biggest supporters and driven around Melbourne all weekend. Put your hands together for them. I would now like to start off by introducing the referees and recognising their contribution throughout the tournament. I'll call up Cooper Nixon, Corey Akers, and Amy Shaw. Thank you to our referees. I would now like to call up the coach of the runners-up team, Melbourne, to call up their players and receive their medals. Hands together for the Melbourne coach. Hands together for this year's runners-up, the Melbourne Tigers. And I'll now like to call on the coach of the championship winning team, Sandy and Taylors, to present their medals to the other 18 champions.
I would first like to say great job to you guys for this weekend. You've had an incredible weekend. Had some really exciting games that we like to watch from the sideline and we're really nervous to play against, but we're going to be very good. So good job. We look forward to it. Tonight girls, I'm incredibly proud of you. We started the weekend already 1 down and ended another 1 down, and you fought the battle, we made it through and so I'm really, really proud of you. Alright, Ella? Maddie? Second Maddie? G? Dakota? Lily? Second Lily? Mal? Third Maddie? And Val, who is at home?
Alright, I'll now like to announce this year's most determined player as adjudicated by the referees. That goes to number 12 of the Sandringham Sabres. And finally, I'd now like to hand over to Tony and Ange Bizzardo, on-time volunteers of the Eltham Wildcats and the Eltham and Dandenong tournament to present the perpetual trophy to the under 18s championship winning team, coach and captain.
Thank you very much. It's been a long journey for us. We're building up through the 18s and winning championships here as well. So thankfully we're here, but also about the generation that was pretty fighting in the tournament. This is the 5th year that we've had a trophy, or we've had a trophy, and
Thank you.
So, a live situation to update you about for the under-20s grand final, which is underway on the second court here. The Warwick Senators, a team from WA, they have a flight to catch, so they've gotten stuck into the first part of their game already against the Sandringham Sabres in this under-20s competition, meaning we're going to be picking this bad boy up from roughly 11 minutes to go in the first half. So nice, easy transference, and we appreciate the referees, everyone, the broadcast crews, the players, the coaches, the spectators being flexible in dashing over to get this one played and done. So our friends from the Senators can get home to WA, hopefully sometime tonight. Dylan Beaumont, you've been beside me for the course of this day. We've got a really exciting finish. Our first interstate team featuring in a grand final, and Sandringham with the opportunity to do a little bit like Diamond Valley did early in the game, do the double across back-to-back age divisions.
Exactly right. It's a bit interesting to pick up a game halfway through because you can't really review who the standout scorers are, but
We'll make do.
For the Warwick Senators, it's mainly Ashley Monaghan, number 9, who's been leading the charge, so we'll keep an eye out for her. 8-point lead at the moment. Finding a way inside, Foreman, who has to pedal back, calls the shots, and then lays it out for Norman. She has an open space on the key, 7 to shoot. Foreman now on the step back with 4, counting down to 3, slicing inside. Norman hit the side of the rim, and the Sabres, who are going for the double as well, much like Diamond Valley. An 8-point margin, swing into the corner, there's the tray. Ella Ongarato nails it from the corner. That's her 5th of the tournament. She's averaging just over 9 points. Gives them an 11-point lead. So the team from WA with some work to do. And a set shot there won't go for Foreman. Offensive board, Weston tries to pile it back up. Divkovsky, not quite, rebound Sabres.
So Ongarato will record the points from the moment we've picked this one up. So it's the Sabres 14, Senators 3. Ongarato, the first of the scorers. That's a wild, out of control shot from Giddis of the Sabres. She did pick up the foul though, so she'll head to the stripe. Bit of a group substitution.
Yeah, a few subs.
Yeah, Capitanis, that's Georgia Capitanis, in for the first time that we've seen her. Bailey DeForest, another one for the Sabres, who's taking the court.
So Paddy, just for some context, she makes the first free throw there. 12-point win in their semi-final over Hoop Nation, who are the New Zealand representatives every year. And Sandringham really showed everybody what they're made of. They won against Dandenong 62-9 in one of their matches, 67-30 in another, and they've scored up to 72 points. That was against Casey in game 1. So they are really the top of this age group, and they're showing what they're made of right now.
Where would we be without you, Dylan Beaumont? Sian Grinseri and the number 5. Nice little screen offered by Monaghan. Grinseri got the room from it and buried the 2. 11-point margin, 8 minutes to play. This is the first half. As we mentioned a few moments ago, we're picking this one up about halfway through the first half as this game got underway in the second court. Unlucky there on Garado. The ball span out of the rim, but in the second time of asking, it's DeForest who puts it in for 2. Grinseri, the ribbon in her hair, going downhill, getting past an opponent, just flings the layup off the bottom of the backboard. It's retained by Misha Norman. Grinseri to the corner, open for Weston for 3 over the top of the rim. Nothing but air on Garado, bringing it back up for the Sabres. Can go for the corner. Met solidly by Grinseri. The whistle stays in the referee's pocket. It's poked out of play.
And just while we have a moment, Paddy, physical defence there for the Warwick Senators. Their path a little bit different. 7-point victory over Camberwell in their semi-final, and Grinseri did also lead the scoring there. 11 points, the only player in double digits. Another 6-point victory in the game before that, the qualifying final against Ringwood. So a lot of close games, one 9-point game as well, and a 2-point loss against Hawthorn. They'll have it on offence for the moment, trailing by 13 early. Norman, and a cute little jump shot, Monaghan. Didn't capitalise on it. Here's Capitanis. We assume that's the sister of the MVP from last game. Ditches it off. And Isabella Stewart knocks down the triple. And for Isabella Stewart, that's something that she has become familiar to. That's her 11th 3 of the tournament. 8-second violation forced. It's crumbling early for the Senators. 6 minutes and a half to play. 21-5 here is the lead. The music says one more time. Can Stewart knock down another three? She'll go with the inside pass. They scoot it out. Here's the deep three. Capitanis, no goods. Rebound bouncing everywhere and a foul called. And Monaghan did well to retain possession. 6 minutes left in the first half. 16-point deficit for the side from the other side of the country.
Well, the change of court hasn't done them a hell of a lot of good here, Dylan. They're in a bit of strife early, 16-point deficit. Plenty of time to make it back, though. Grinseri, nice behind the back dribble to free herself up from the pressure of Stewart. Met solidly by Stewart across the top of that free throw line. Needs to get out of the key, does so. Norman swinging around the top, Weston into the corner. 7 on the shot clock, back to the bucket, Monaghan. Ashley will turn, she's in trouble, loses control of the basketball. Sabres take it away. Stewart. Oh, nice cross on Grinseri, now puts her on her hip. Protects the ball soundly. Grinseri sticking with her though. Stewart's just going to go for the three, leaves it well short. So chalk that up for a win for Sian Grinseri. We'll get a timeout in here and we'll step away for a moment as both teams opt to talk it over. '21 plays 5. All Sandringham to start this one. Paddy Grinley on the call with Dylan Beaumont. This last of 5 grand finals across the under-12s, 14s, 16s, 18s, and now finally under-20s girls divisions. All part of the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament 2025. And that is not the start.
That's careless.
At all. That would have been requested out of the timeout. It's not been the Warwick Senators game so far. It's a game that has gone for a tick under one half and featured on 2 courts so far. And the venue change hasn't done, as I mentioned earlier, the team in blue that much chop. Here's Stewart, triple on the way from the left corner, a little bit off to the right-hand side, rebounded by the Senators, who are having some difficulty in moving this ball forward, although the whistle will come as a relief. Hordiuk just committing a foul there.
Well, because their offense has put them in a 16-point hole on 5 points in 15.5 minutes is rough. Defense is paramount here, rebounding's paramount. The Senators just need to focus because they're still in it. 16 points may seem like a lot, but you're not even at the halfway mark in the grand final. And another simple turnover, costly. Can't afford these mistakes if you're the Senators. Stewart, she's a threat from the outside. They've got threats in the inside too. Big body work from Murphy. Didn't get it to go. Norman down the floor, so Grinseri just has to look after the ball right now. Dribbles into the paint, throws it out, open shot in the corner, has to go in. Can't. And a foul, loose ball foul against Monaghan.
This is the thing with the Senators, is that their scoring, aside from that 70-27 drubbing of Casey, it's been a little bit low there. Next highest score after that 70 is 49, and then you're looking all the way down to their 26-28 loss to Hawthorn, and that was yesterday. You look at Sandringham, it's a bit of a different story. They're pushing consistently. Their lowest score is 49 across this tournament, so they know how to score the basketball. One-stop
Stats by the one and only Paddy Grinley, and kickball here. He'll stay with Sandringham. 21-5. The Senators, if there's one thing that they probably have struggled with, it is scoring. 34 in the final earlier today, 36 in the game before that, and then they had 70. Besides that, 49 and 26. Their opponent's already at 21, and it might be at 23 in a moment because they'll get a trip to the free throw line. or is it called on the floor? Looks like it's called on the floor. So 2 minutes 51 in the first half. Sandringham with no timeouts remaining. It will be a trip to the free throw line, and mistake me if I'm wrong, Paddy, but the last time Violet Giddis was here, she went 2 for 2.
Spot on as always when we do on Donna.
So Violet Giddis steps to the line. No worries with the first one. And she's averaging just under 5 points per game this tournament. She knew that one was off. You could hear her vocalise it. 17-point lead as the Warwick Senators step into their offense. We've seen that behind the back a few times by Kinseri. She uses it to create space and score with contact.
That's a nice bit of play. She's not, you can see this a lot with smaller guards who are quite shifty. They tend to try and move too fast, so they're stringing moves together. Her pace is really good. She's not working too hard to try and force defenders off her. She's taking what's given. She looks in control. It's a really nice play.
Capitanis and DeForest on. Murphy and Friend take a seat. Free throw is converted. Arching back to 14. Grinseri's got 5 out of their 8.
So since this game is headed over to our court and we've been able to broadcast it, it's been Shatton Grinseri who scored all of the points. She's got at least 5 of 8 and perhaps more from the 3 that happened on the court just to the right of your picture that you can see. Big thank you to our magnificent streaming team today who have done a power of work to making sure that we can get on air and get live. Big thank you to Simon and Lauren who are on the kit today and have been on a pretty hot day as well, it must be said, in Montmorency. So the Sabres with a minute of play remaining in this first half. Giddis in control. Pass has been interrupted, it won't harm them too much. Giddis now right wing beneath us, thought about the 3, ends up chucking it, and that's well over the top of the rim. A chance now for the Senators here. They'll opt to slow it down through Foreman, who steps to the side. Elbow jumper is, well, that's wide right. Someone's left a window open, and I think
She was gasped
Eliana
to herself
Foreman,
after the shot there.
certainly aware of how that one went. No harm done, she picks up Giddis. Ongarado falls over as she dribbles, whistle sounds, Cockram on her hip. So 21 seconds remaining. Shot clock will go off here. Sabres cruising as it stands. Giddis got the screen, now picks up her dribble on that corner. 12 seconds remaining in the half. Down the inside goes Ongarado, it bounces off some legs. And
Look at JR with the fancy footwork.
fantastic work from the great man.
Everything's seen down there,
Still got his
JR.
premiership medal on JR. He's enjoying his own
I'm
work.
also not aware that I saw her nearly get slammed by a door before.
4 seconds remaining, Grinseri, she's been the one in charge. Dishes this one off, Foreman open triple short. And so ends a pretty dominant half for the Sabres. 22-8, it stands at half time. And the time that we've seen it on our part of the building, it's been Giddis and Stewart with 3 points apiece, also Ongarado with the 3, DeForest with 2, Grinseri with 5 of all 5 points scored on this court for the Senators. Our last halftime break of the day. We'll come back with second half action in just a tick. Last half of grand final hoops coming your way from the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament 2025 edition. It's been a long day of hoops. Kicked off with the under-12s with a cracking game. Melbourne Tigers winning that one by a point. A double for Diamond Valley across the under-14s and under-16s. The under-18s that we just watched take place, well, it was a dominant performance by the Sandringham Sabres to take care of business over the Melbourne Tigers, and they're looking to do a double of their own in the under-20s division as well, taking on our only interstate team at this point of the competition, the Warwick Senators, who are down 22-8, and they've got a plane to catch still in Beaumont. It's been a pleasure spending this day with you as we get underway for the action for the second half.
The margin's grown in each final we've had, Paddy, from 1, 11, 15 and 20. It's currently 14, but WA working their way back.
Turnaround jumper, no good, but no harm done for the Senators, who will get a second shot at it. Hannah Weston out there with Isabella Andrew. Sian Grinseri, who looks really exciting in that guard position. Ashley Monaghan there as well, and completing the 5, Misha Norman. Olivia Murphy out there with Joe Friend. We'll go through the rest of the players in just a moment, as that's a 3 on the way from Isabella Andrew. That's no good. Isabella Stewart is out there for the Sabres. She's joined by Bianca San Jose. And the last player, Natalia Hordiuk, as the Sabres lose possession here. And Sian Grinseri leads all scorers in the time that this game has been on our court with 5.
Norman nearly pulled up without hesitation. Grinseri directing traffic. Monaghan steps into the shot, wide left. And picking up the crumbs was Hordiuk. Inside, back outside, Stewart, step back 3. Offline. Norman. Grinseri was trapped, escaped, saw the light, under the lights here at Montmorency Secondary College, and she's fouled. 18.5 minutes to play. 14-point lead for the home side, and I mean that quite literally if you just joined us. The team in blue, the Warwick Senators, all the way from WA. They've got a flight to catch tonight. Andrew makes contact on the screen and then flips up the layup. And that's a smooth move inside. Lead is down to 12. So it's not all safe yet for WA, rather Sandringham. Stewart, inside. Looking to create some space on the block. And now wrangling with her opponents, kicks it out, the deep 3. No good. And Weston takes a step off to Grinseri, and they'll look to get into their offensive motion.
So 6-point win and 7-point win in their finals, the Senators. And winning with 36 and 34 points respectively. This game is taking place on last night, Sunday night at 9 o'clock against Ringwood, and earlier today at midday against Camberwell. So it's been a bit of a tough battle to get here. If we look at the Sabres' travels, they've been a little bit more comprehensive, winning their qualifying final over Kilsyth by 37 points, if you don't mind, and taking care of Hoop Nation by 12 points. So they've been running up the scores in all their games, and they are yet to drop one, as this one will go the way of the Senators, who are still within a shot here. Only trailing by 12 points. We've seen this type of game play out across today, where a team's got started quite well and has held that lead. We've seen the opposition make inroads, but just not been able to make that margin back. Grinseri wants this top of the key, won't get it. 12 on the shot clock now. Dancing across the lane is Andrew, and she will be fouled.
Well, outside of Ongarato and Stewart, the Senators need to realise that no one really shoots. So San Jose's made 2 threes this tournament. Ongarato had made 4 before the one she made before. Stewart's made 10, so she's more reputable. But if they can notice, this is the first free throw. If they can notice that no one really shoots from the perimeter besides those 2, close down the gaps, watch those 2 in particular, and then get into their offense, they can reel this lead back in.
Yeah, they're clearly, as Andrew splits the free throw set, they're clearly a team that relies little more on that grit and grind style.
Yeah.
They want to be defensive. They want to reduce their scoring if that means winning the game and tightening up on their opponents. The Sabres set, that's a bit of an out of control floater in the end by Kapitanis, and this is good for the Senators. Andrews' pass though, picked the lesser of two options, looking for Norman. Should have gone herself, but no harm done. Will get an opportunity from the baseline.
Tunes have been pumping all day on the public holiday. And the pass comes to the top of the key. Currently half the score of Sandringham are the Warwick Senators. And this is Monaghan. Hasn't had too much of a say in this game. But she'll shoot the three. Not quite. A little bit more distance on that. It would have been straight down the hatch. Stewart with 3 points. That does come via a three-pointer. Trying to manufacture some offense. Missed the three.
Wow.
Collides in for a rebound. And now feeds it inside. That's a beautiful assist. And an individual effort by Isabella Stewart. Swooped in to collect her own rebound. And a carry on the other end. Forces the turnover. Isabella Stewart doing it on both ends. And you know what she gets for that? She gets a rest on the bench. Not sure if she wants it, but
Straight around the
she'll
side.
have it anyway. 13-point lead for the Sabres, 24-11, and there's 14 minutes to play in the day.
So Giddis with Stewart off will do most of the ball handling, and she's involved straight away. A hefty whack underneath the rim, and we'll go to the line for two. One of two on her previous visit, or 3 at 4 rather, that we've seen. 13-point lead is approaching 13 and a half remaining in the half. It is getting warm in here, Dill.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say that last game too, actually.
It's starting, the 41, 42 degree heat that's forecast in Melbourne today is just starting to make itself apparent in the otherwise pretty cool Montmorency Secondary College Arena as Giddis goes 2 for 2.
Welcome to all the viewers from WA. They are watching the Warwick Senators.
We will not want to be complaining about heat to Perthsiders, I can tell you that much. Shangren Seri's been good. Top of the key, lines up the triple, had some time to think about it, left it off to the left-hand side, rebounded by the Sabres and Ongarado. Here comes Sierra Woolhouse, haven't seen much of her so far in this game. Tries to pick off that pass into the key and it was a little bit risky, picked off in the end by Isabella Andrews. She'll get this ball back underneath us, right wing. Has Monaghan top of the key, dances inside it herself. Monaghan can shoot, decides against it, wants a cutter, can't find one. Bodies go everywhere. Referee's whistle sounds and looks like it'll be a foul on the Sabres, so no harm done as far as the Senators are concerned. So 12 and a half remaining. Andrew's going to take a seat. It's been a long day of talking about basketball. Words start to
Vocabulary.
forge into the others. Here's Misha Norman. We'll work with Eliana Foreman. So Foreman and Norman out there exchanging the basketball. Monaghan offering the screen. That's a travel perhaps, yes. Norman taking her time a little bit too much as she fired that one into the corner. So it's looking pretty good for the Sabres as things stand, as the premiership winning coach, the Diamond Valley Eagles Basketball Club. He's got his medal off at the moment though, which he must have been flat about. Sabres will just about turn this one over. That pass slips through the hands there. And you can sense, I think, with these players that it's been a long tournament and this venue is quite warm and they may have just had enough.
Yeah, long, arduous, strenuous. Sorry, any words you've got after today, Paddy, your vocabulary that describe this day. But there's 11 minutes to play, 15-point deficit. Foreman off to Norman. And now Foreman again, enveloped by Sabres and misses the layup. Waterchuck down the other way, DeForest, only the one bucket. She's tied up, kicks it back out. Friend kept a cool head, off to Woodhouse, missed the three. Hard fight for the rebound, good combat at ground level, and we'll have a jump ball. It'll stay with Sandringham for now, but a timeout on the floor. And with 10 minutes and 49 seconds in the day's play, it is Sandringham leading the Warwick Senators from WA 26-11. And after this break, we will have the rest of the day's play with you.
Back in from the sideline, Sabres in possession. The game is certainly going their way. There's a fair few whistles going on here. I think the clock perhaps didn't start.
It's almost like a yelp of desperation. What happened?
There's a decent amount of squealing going on. So I think there'll be a little bit of an adjustment here for the game clock, which it has a habit, Dill, of taking a decent amount of time. So
Not for the third time today.
we'll just restore things where they were at about 10 minutes and 49 seconds. And we are good to go again. Little set play off this inbound from the baseline. It ends with Giddis flying around the key and now to the left wing with Woolhouse. Showing off a nice looking shooting stroke. Gives it off to Giddis, had some room, spins inside, in trouble, what a step, rises up and just can't fill it up on the right-handed floater. And she had Foreman down on the ground with that slick move.
That was almost prime
Giddis.
Paddy Grinley right there.
That's how I used to move back in the day. They call it an ankle breaker. I don't think with an ankle breaker you're supposed to break your own ankles, but that's how I went about it. Anyway, Woolhouse into the left wing. DeForest drops it off. Tough little layup attempt there from Friend. Sabres are getting a second and third chance, and eventually mugged down there was Hordiuk. Natalia Hordiuk will go to the free throw line for two.
Whatever means necessary, I reckon, Paddy.
Grinseri's going to check back in here for the Senators.
It's been a real struggle on the offensive end for the Senators. And besides Grinseri, maybe Isabella Andrew, no one really there to generate their offense to propel them going forward because she misses the first free throw there. I think they do find themselves a bit unsure of what to do when the press comes up. Makes the second free throw there, and we'll see it on this offensive trip down the floor as Hordiuk makes her first free throw, her first point of the game, in fact. So Norman, a little stagnant up the top, Grinseri. Norman comes to fetch the ball, tries to drive inside, had to wrap around the ball. Top of the key three, not quite. And Hordiuk the rebound. So she's got a head full of steam all the way to the bucket. Hands up defense. Well played by Divakovsky. With 8.5 minutes to play in the second half. 16-point lead. San Jose. Stewart up top. She's got 5 points for the game. With the left. Came up short. Cochran rather. Grinseri trying to engineer some offense here. Didn't want to pull up for the three. Divakovsky is caught up in in a sea of orange and they're heading down the floor. San Jose couldn't draw the foul, but tapped out of bounds. It's the Sabres ball on the baseline.
Yeah, a little bit what we mentioned earlier, isn't it, Dill, that the Senators have been able to play that defensive side of the game reasonably well. It's just been the offensive side that's been lacking. This is a high-scoring Sabres operation. And as I say that, Stewart backs up for 3 straight away, can't fill it up, and Monaghan rebounds for the Senators, but they're having such a torrid time getting some consistent scoring. Grinzeri is going to push the pace. That pass is not without risk. It's taken away. Bordiak comes with it. Grinzeri and Monaghan to beat. Stops props, and she's clipped there by Grinzeri, who was looking for the basketball and got orange uniform instead.
Yeah, really well done by Hordiuk. Anticipated it, broke it up. Gets the offense going again.
Back to the line as well.
And for
7
their
minutes remaining in
defense,
this one, and for those who are just joining us, our points figures will be out of date as this game started on the court. But you might be able to see to the right of screen, just because the Warwick Senators are from Western Australia and they need to get in a flight home to Perth, lest they get stuck in Melbourne for more time than they wish to.
sorry to cut you off before, Paddy, but for their defense to hold them up to 11, that's an exceptional effort. Senators down the floor. Grinzeri with the most open lane she's seen all day, but she's travelled one too many steps. And Sandringham, with 6.5 minutes, can wind this one down. Play it safe. Oh, maybe not. Watch out in
trouble.
the crowd. Oh.
Trouble. The Warwick Senators by the bench. You do not want to be sitting on the ground in that spot, and they're just making their way back up to their seats.
And they've camped themselves on their seats now, Paddy. The inside cut. Andrew dishes it off, and Monaghan scores. 29-13 with 6 minutes to play. As Stewart and Grinzeri keeping close tabs. And lovely cut there. Can't finish on the layup, can Bordeaux. She's got 3 points, all free throws. And now Misha Norman with ball in hand.
Nice little influx, it looks like. Just competition that's happening on the court next to us. Won't be too far away here at Montmorency Secondary College. Andrew across the top to Misha Norman. Does well to get inside. 3 on the shot clock. It's just going to have to be jacked up by Isabella Andrew. It's no good. Rebound taken by Monaghan, who gets the friendly roll. 4 points in quick succession. That's got it back to 14 points. It's not too far away should things work out nicely for the Senators here. They'll want to give themselves every chance with 5 minutes remaining in this grand final.
If this is the same play as before, to be a shot inside the key here. Yep.
Stewart misses on the left-handed floater. Monaghan's had a big few minutes. Grinzeri, what can she manufacture here? That's not a great pass. It's going to get picked off by Ongarato. She's got company. Grinzeri will be forced to foul. Slaps the hand of Hannah Weston in frustration, Grinzeri. And this will just take away the rhythm of the Warwick Senators, as it'll be another trip to the line for the Sabres. So 2 for Ongarato here. Nearly a triple that excited us. This game headed across from the court next door. She's good for her first.
Yeah, 9.17 per game. Had 4 threes before this game, obviously hit the first one before. And now she's got 5 for the game. 15 free throws made during this tournament. Up to 60 points, Paddy.
That's a handy weekend of basketball. Grinzeri's in a bit of trouble in these last few minutes, but she gets away with it there. Foreman back to the bucket. 8 on the shot clock. Tries to drop it off to Monaghan. There's always going to be a pass into traffic. It's tipped out of play. Perhaps Kapitanis knocking that out of bounds. 6 seconds on the clock for the Senators to play with. Andrew's going to be wide open for 3 here. Left wing on its way. Off the backboard, off the rim and off. Kapitanis, 3.5 now. Past Monaghan, picked her arms up. And was perhaps pushed out of the way. Was the call from the referee by Monaghan. So the Sabres will take it baseline. 31 playing 15. It's not been an offensive masterclass, that's to say. That's a nice little block though, Grinzeri. Maybe a piece of the arm as well, got away with it. Sabres should have been able to save that, rather the Senators. The Sabres end up with it instead. That's going to be a tough layup if it rolls in. It doesn't off Kapitanis, and Grinzeri will now take it up.
Grinseri leads the Senators with 5. Elbow 3, no, now she'll take it inside. Oh, nifty Euro step, but couldn't finish what was probably the easiest part of her work, Eliana Foreman. So now she'll play intense defence on Woodhouse. Skips out to the corner, deep 3. In and out, straight back up, no foul, Woodhouse. Got her own rebounds, Giddis. Also off, they're looking for a final dagger. The spit inside, no foul there either. That was good defence by the Senators. Foreman, unluckily hasn't scored, she's had plenty of attempts. Now she'll go to the line for 2 minutes to 12 seconds to play. 16-point lead for the opponent, that is the Sandringham Sabres.
Yeah, I quite like Foreman's package. He's done really well a few times of just head faking a defender out of the way on the outside, and has the shooting to sustain that, I suppose.
6 points in the first game of the tournament, Foreman. This is that one. 8 points against Casey, and she had 8 in the semi-final against Camberwell, where she hit 2 threes. And she can't make either there, but she'll get another free throw.
Yeah, I think a lane violation there, and I reckon that was Bailey DeForest just creeping over.
So we'll call it a mulligan. And this time Foreman splashes in the free throw. 31-16 with 2 minutes to play. Giddis absolutely harassed at the top of the key, and it's a quick bullet inside, which was off hands. It will stay with Sandringham with 2 minutes to play. No, it won't. In fact, it'll be the Senators' ball. And Hannah Weston to take it in. 15-point lead for Sandringham. This is the final instalment of 5 finals we've had. It's been a crazy day of basketball. Started with a 1-point clash and a lovely block inside. And looking for a deep 3 here. Eyes are darting everywhere. Foreman, she'll step back for the triple and pass inside, but it's tipped away. And commence the break for the Sabres. Woodhouse, take it to the house. Not quite. Rebounded for WA.
15-point advantage for the Sabres. And they're going to do the double. They'll do the 18s and 20s all before tea time. How about it? That's a nice up and on the layup. That's Hannah Weston doing some of her best work. She'll go to the line for an opportunity at one more.
Had a really strong game against Casey, Paddy, where she scored 16 points. And that was en route to a 70-27 victory. That was in the qualifying final, of course. Actually, no, it wasn't. Correct myself.
And one opportunity is made good. She's up to 3 in front of us prior to the court change, and we might have a slow clock again by the looks of things.
Not sure what happened there.
The referee not liking the look of things, and we're going to have another...
Much of a muchness, I think.
Yeah, not quite sure what this is all about, but... Yeah, there's some sort of issue with something going on. We're not 100% sure. The officials seem to have resolved whatever was going on, and now we're good to go again. So not long left in this one, 70 seconds or so. Sabres up by 12. And the sting out of this one, that's a nice layup for Woolhouse. Drops in her first points of this game. Nice bit of scoring here for the Sabres. 33 playing 19. 53 remaining in this game. 53 seconds, that is. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Back to the bucket was goodness gracious me, Divyakovsky, and it'll end in a foul at the hoop.
Quick second for, at least on my behalf, to thank all the production crew, from JR to Simon, everyone behind the scenes, and then the one and only Paddy Grinley, of course, on the mic. Incredible job as usual. It's been a really hectic day, and you can feel the weather beginning to creep into this establishment. But no, big thank you on my behalf at least. Paddy, I know we'll do the rounds. 14-point lead here with 41 seconds left.
Yeah, no good there on both free throws, so the Sabres knocked it out of play. It'll mean that the Senators will get another crack at it with 41 seconds remaining. 17-second gap between shot and game clock. That will change now, as that's a really nice little layup from Diviakoski. The Sabres not content yet. They want the 2-for-1 here, I reckon. San Jose in the corner left the 3 short. They did create the 2-for-1 initially, but an offensive rebound has essentially rubbed that out. They'll wrestle over it underneath the rim. In the hands of DeForest, it will go the way of the Sabres. Shot clock off, 20.3 remaining, 33 playing 21, and we'll have a look at it in a second, but this would be, I believe, comfortably their lowest score of the tournament, the Sabres under-20s girls, but they've done enough on the defensive end of the floor to restrict the Senators from any sort of coherent offensive performance. Norman will cross, and that will bring an end to this game. The Sabres are champions of the under-20s division here, the Eltham and Dandenong Junior Basketball Tournament 2025. They complete the 18s and 20s double like the Diamond Valley Eagles did in the 14s and 16s. They dominate those senior divisions. 3 basketball clubs, the champions today. The Eagles with 2, the Sabres with 2, and the Melbourne Tigers taking out the under-12s division as well. An opportunity to congratulate all the players, coaches, volunteers, parents, friends, the whole thing as part of this year's tournament across all the divisions. It's been wonderful to see so much basketball played, and it's a great way to start the 2025 seasons of junior basketball across Melbourne and indeed across Australia and New Zealand as well, with those states, different states and different countries represented across this weekend. For now, it's a big thank you from me, Paddy Greenlay, to our wonderful production staff who've got today up and running today. J.R. Smith Media, of course, who does such a power of work while he's not coaching the Eagles to premierships, and also our broadcast manager, Simon McWilliam, and our camera operator, Lauren Jim, who have both been magnificent. Dylan Beaumont, you've had a great day behind the microphone.
It was, Paddy.
It's been a pleasure to spend 5 hours with you, and a big thank you to all the referees and organisers as well. For now, from us here at Montmorency Secondary College, it's goodbye until next year.
We get together for our referees. I would now like to call up the coach of the runners-up team, Warwick, to call up their players and receive their medals.
We'll go outside. Well, Isabella,
I'd now like to call up the coach of the championship winning team, Sandringham, to present their medals to the under-20s champion.
I'll be very brief. Thanks to the parents for brought me around. Thanks again to Eltham. I've been with you for 4 or 5 years. I've been taking care of it for years. Fantastic job. Thanks to the Interstate and the International Club. They made it really special for us. So, great job. All right, go here.
This year's most determined player, as adjudicated by the referees, goes to number 11 from Sandringham, Bailey DeForest. citizens